Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We pledge! We pledge! We pledge! We pledge! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome everybody to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we enter in the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate where the arguments can clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And finally, each side will deliver a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop a Q&A in the chat. I think I actually already have for you guys in the chat there. But keep in mind the Super Chats, PayPals, and Cash App questions do get priority. So if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, the free chat questions may not get answered. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, send it through one of the priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors for the Chaos and Chill panel. That's where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, ask follow-ups on the topic, if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get fun. Today's debate prompt, the Alex Pretti shooting was justified. For the affirmative, stepping into the arena tonight. We've got a creator who definitely knows how to make an entrance, calling himself the Indian Jesus. Not because he thinks he's the Messiah, but because he's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense and maybe trigger a few people along the way. Behind the name is Lutch, a host who's open about having his own political leanings, but makes it clear his platform isn't about blind loyalty. It's about building a community centered on truth, morality, and the conversations in culture and politics that people usually try to avoid. So if you like bold personalities mixed with real discussion, go show some support. His channel is linked in the description. And for the negative, making her debut in the Swords of Reason arena tonight. But don't mistake debut for new, because she is no stranger to debates, tough conversations, or walking straight into ideological crossfire. She describes herself as culturally and politically homeless, not because she lacks conviction, but because she refuses to blindly pick a tribe. She's known for dissecting red pill content with precision, recognizing the real issues men raise while calling out the bitterness and hostility toward women. But balance also cuts both ways, because when feminists say something stupid, she also is ready to challenge that side too. In a space where loyalty to a side often matters more than logic, she chose intellectual independence, and this should be a great matchup tonight. And you can find her channel linked in the description. So go ahead and give her a sub up. Also, she has promised a face reveal at 10K subs. So let's get her to that face reveal. How about that? But with that being said, we're going to get into the opening statements. Lutch, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, we're going to start with you. I will start the timer up with your voice.
Hold on, I got to burp. 1 second. Oh, all right. Okay. One thing we should all agree upon is that the death of Alex Pretti should not have happened. A man is dead. All human life is valuable, and that makes this a tragedy on many levels. But the question before us is not, could the situation have been handled better? I think it potentially could have. The question is whether or not the officer's actions were constitutionally reasonable at the moment force was used. Graham v. Connor of 1989 requires courts to judge force from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene, not with the benefit of hindsight and under the totality of the circumstances. That is the only standard that matters here. The video shows multiple individuals standing in a public roadway, blocking traffic and preventing a federal vehicle from exiting. Traffic is forced to stop or reroute. This is not passive observation. It is physical obstruction. Pretti was not merely there as an observer. The Supreme Court has been clear for decades that the First Amendment does not protect conduct that obstructs public ways or creates safety hazards via Cox v. Louisiana in 1965. So officers issue lawful commands to clear the roadway. Those commands are ignored. At this stage, officers are lawfully present, issuing lawful commands addressing a safety hazard. Even when individuals are filming, the courts held that officers may impose reasonable, safety-based restrictions during active operations. Turner v. Driver in the Fifth Circuit in 2017 tells us that filming does not override safety or operational control. Just because you're filming doesn't mean they lose their authority. When verbal commands fail, the officer uses open hand pushing to move individuals out of the roadway. This is the lowest level of force available. Under Graham v. Hancock, minimal force is justified when lawful orders are ignored. The situation presents safety risks, and officers must regain control of the scene. Courts routinely grant qualified immunity for precisely this level of force in obstruction cases. There is nothing unusual about it. At this point, Alex Pretti physically inserts himself between the officer and the woman who is being pushed. The video shows Pretti initiating physical contact with the officer and pushing him backward, or trying. This changes the legal context of what is allowed to happen next. Oh shit, or something. Regardless, so once a civilian uses force against a federal, once a civilian uses force against an officer performing official duties, that conduct constitutes as assault on a federal officer, regardless of the motive, according to 18 USC substatute 111, and is affirmed in United States v. Fiola of 1975. This is no longer about speech or protest. This is now a lawful arrest scenario. The officer responds with pepper spray and a takedown. Textbook escalation under Graham, triggered by active resistance. Again, it is Pretti's actions that are escalating the situation. After the pepper spray is deployed, Pretti continues to fight officers. The environment is chaotic, exactly as the protesters intended. Shouting, whistles, crowd noise, multiple officers converging, horns honking, and more. Courts have consistently held that officers may escalate force against subjects who actively resist arrest. The principle is recognized in Forrester v. City of San Diego, the Ninth Circuit, 1994, and reinforced by Graham itself. At this moment, the officers are dealing with an actively resisting suspect, a volatile crowd, and a rapidly evolving situation where no one knew what would happen next, but it was becoming frighteningly clear what could happen next. During the struggle, officers shout, "Gun, gun, gun," as become aware that Pretti is armed. From this moment forward, the legal analysis fundamentally changes, even if the firearm was physically removed seconds earlier. There is no evidence that all officers were informed that the weapon was secured. Even if the officer holding Pretti's firearm yelled out that he had taken it off Pretti, there is no way in that moment for officers to know whether Pretti possessed another weapon, whether another gun or even a knife, which could obviously do lethal damage in close quarters like this. Courts do not require officers to confirm the absence of danger in the middle of a violent struggle. In Brousseau v. Hogan 2004, the Supreme Court emphasized that officers are often forced to make split-second decisions in dangerous situations. In Ryburn v. Huff of 2012, the court held that officers may act on incomplete or uncertain information. There's that burp. In Plumhoff v. Rickard of 2014, the court reaffirmed that deadly force may be used when officers reasonably perceive an imminent threat. If officers hear a gunshot, whether from negligent discharge or otherwise, in close quarters, during a physical struggle, that perception alone can reasonably trigger lethal force. The Constitution does not require officers to pause, pull the scene, phone a friend, and reassess perfectly in seconds. Shout out to Box, who gave Anna Kasparian pause when he wrote in to the TYT Morning Show and highlighted the difference between can I and must I. Sounds poetic, but unfortunately is paper thin. In the time the officer makes that determination, he could be dead, and it's not the responsibility of law enforcement to read the mind of criminals. This is entirely different. This is entirely different from saying that Pretti deserved to die. Just because you broke your ankle when you went hiking doesn't mean that if you choose to go hiking, you deserve to have your ankle broken. It's just one of the things that can happen if you make that decision. Choosing to protest and obstruct law enforcement when you're armed and then resisting arrest does not mean you deserve to die. But it certainly is one of the things that can happen if you make those decisions. So few people deserve to die. So hopefully my opponent will not try to pull on your heartstrings with emotionally manipulative language. There is a video from days earlier showing Pretti kicking a federal vehicle while armed. That video is not offered to justify this shooting, but does rebut the false narrative that Pretti was merely a passive observer who just happened to be present just filming. It shows a pattern of voluntary armed confrontations with law enforcement. Again, I understand this is not something that could be used against him in the court of law, but I personally don't remember taking the bar exam, and it would be pretty silly, no pun intended, to pretend that this behavior is wholly irrelevant to our broader understanding of what really happened in those seconds. Federal officers were performing federal duties in a jurisdiction where state and local authorities have been ordered to stand down, forcing federal agents to handle crowd control themselves, and that's not what their primary training is. It's almost like they want you guys to die for them so that everybody forgets about the billions of dollars in fraud. But I digress. Under the Supremacy Clause, federal officers do retain authority to enforce federal law, even when local governments decline to assist. Supreme Court's decision in Nome v. Vasquez-Padermo of last year confirms that federal agents may detain or arrest U.S. citizens who impede federal operations or create safety risks, of which Pretti did both. I'm not here to claim foreknowledge about how this case will work out. More information may come out that changes our understanding. But as of all the information available to us at this moment, it is clear the shooting of Alex Pretti was lawful, even if it was awful. To recap what happened, lawful orders were issued. Minimal force was used. Pretti escalated to physical assault. He actively resisted arrest. A firearm was introduced to the officer's awareness, and then officers reasonably feared death or serious bodily harm upon hearing the gunshot and used legal force on Pretti, according to the Graham v. Connor standard. The Constitution does not require perfect outcomes. It demands reasonable decisions under pressure, and that's precisely what the law protects here. And I will concede my time.
All right. Thank you. Excuse me. Sorry. Thank you for that opening statement. With that, we are going to hand the mic over to Defnot. And Defnot, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Sure. Hello. So this is my first full-length debate. So sorry if I'm a little nervous about it. Not that I really have to be. I mean, the topic is, I thought, pretty straightforward. So whether he was in the road or not in the road, whether he kicked out a taillight over a week before that or not, none of that really has to do with if it was justified to kill a guy. Even if all of those things were true and he was an evil bastard, even if that was true, that still isn't an excuse to execute a guy on the street after having disarmed him, which is what happened here. So I looked it up, and apparently justified means right, necessary, and permitted under the rules, as far as relating to killing. So I would argue that this was, well, neither. But most importantly, it wasn't necessary, because I mean, everybody has seen the video already, I presume. They had 7 dudes on him, basically holding him down. It doesn't take 7 dudes to hold down a guy that's flopping on the ground, who after having already sprayed him with. So you have to understand, first, the very first thing that happened is that officer comes in. I'll kind of help recount. Pretty sure everybody already saw it, but this officer shoves a woman onto the sidewalk. Pretti kind of stands up and tries to help her up, and then when the officer goes for him, he starts he puts his hand up, not towards where the gun is or anything. He's very clear about where his hands are. So I thought he was being careful about it. Very clearly not giving them an excuse to oh, he reached for his gun or whatever. Very clearly hands up. That's not having your hands up is generally considered not a I'm gonna attack you position, but a surrendering kind of position. At least where I'm from. I don't know if maybe that's different for y'all, but that seems pretty obvious to me. Anyway, the officer did end up continuing to pepper spray him in the face, right in the face. So at this point, he is completely disoriented. He can't see anything. He's slipping on the ice. The whole thing is complete mess. And he still doesn't go for his gun or anything like that. He just kind of flops around on the ice as the rest of the officers kind of swarm and start holding him down while he's flopping around in pain. His eye, they're holding his arms down, is something else that the witnesses have recounted. So if you have the guy's arms being held down by 7 dudes and his other limbs and everything else, if he has a gun in his butt, he can't shoot with his butt. Okay, so what's the danger here? His butt isn't going to make the gun go off, so his hands or his feet, he can't shoot with his feet either. This whole everything about this being supposedly justified relies on something that's physically impossible for him to do. And so something that officers are trained is that they have to see if a reasonable officer, with everything that is available at that exact moment, so say somebody shouts gun, they still have to look and see, is this a situation that warrants force? And sure, they have to make split-second decisions. They're trained for it. But any reasonable officer wouldn't look at a guy that is in that position, not even reaching for his gun, regardless of whether somebody said gun or not, and start like unloading into a pile of bodies on the ground, like thrashing around in the ice. Like, that is not a reasonable thing to do whatsoever. I'm not sure where, like, how you could possibly think that. I don't know where else to go with this. Obviously, they disarmed him before shooting him, and I don't know what this whole like a gunshot went off situation is, because the first gunshot that went off was the guy shooting into Alex Pretti, like the border patrol officer shooting into a pile of bodies, including Alex Pretti. So after that first shot went off, the rest of the officers, who apparently didn't think that this needed to be like a shooting situation, they were like surprised, and then they started like unloading into him too, because like everybody's like freaking out at that point, like because like one of them did shoot the gun. So it seems like only the one guy, after having literally like been right there when the first officer removed the weapon from his butt, this guy right next to him is like, he had to have seen that. I don't understand like what the deal is, but he was literally right there to have seen the weapon is no longer in the butt. I don't know what else I can say. He was disarmed, and then he was shot many times, like repeatedly. If even once is too many, but repeatedly. And then reports on the scene said that, like, instead of trying to render aid, which, I mean, okay, to be honest, like, if you put that many holes on a guy, how much aid can you really render? But they didn't even try. They were like counting bullet holes as something that keeps coming up, and like trying to, oh, where's the gun? Like, the rest of them are confused because, like, why did we just shoot this guy? Because one dude decided to freaking go off. So doesn't sound justified to me. But oh yeah, by the way, do you like my ice cosplay? It's just for you guys. That's it. I mean, I think we can just kind of get into it, because I heard a few things that don't sound right to me, but we can just kind of go one by one.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. So with that, we are going to get into the rebuttal round. So this is 5 minutes of rebuttals uninterrupted, to just for a chance for you to respond to what you heard in the openings. And then after that, we'll get into the hour back and forth. So we're going to hand the mic back to the Indian Jesus. So whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so just had a few questions. If he had complied with orders and not physically engaged with officers while he was armed, would this shooting have occurred?
Oh, do you want me to like answer now? Because I thought it was like your 5 minutes.
Yeah,
because this is your rebuttal. So
we're going back and forth. Yeah. So
this is your 5-minute rebuttal uninterrupted. Like,
okay.
And then, so then you go back and forth in that.
I mix up all the things. All right. So I addressed how you said that the old video doesn't mean anything today. I agree that that it doesn't justify or have anything to do with the specific shooting. I talked about how it was the larger narrative. Very obviously, it was not an execution. Maybe we can get a little bit more into the definition of justified, because you're saying that it wasn't necessary, as somebody who is watching the video in slow motion afterwards, and of course Graham v. Connor, that doesn't count. It has to be in the moment what is reasonable based on what was understanding. Then you said that Alex Pretti had his hands up, and again, if you watch from the multiple angles, then his first thing is to push the officer away, weak beta loser, so he doesn't go anywhere, and the cop sees that, so that's when the pepper spray and his hands go up. So that's after, again, as I said, he is initiating and escalating, and they are responding to his escalation. So if he gets pepper sprayed and he's disoriented, then why is he fighting? If you're disoriented, just go dead fish. You're arrested. Then the last thing I really have, you made a claim about the first shot. I am not aware of confirmation where the first shot came from. My understanding was that the first shot was the negligent discharge from Pretti's gun as the officer was holding it. And so either way, let's say that it was one of the officers who was standing around aiming at Pretti, then how would the other cops still wouldn't know where the shot came from? And so there's still a justification. They know, they hear gun, gun, gun. Nobody says the gun is clear. Nobody says all clear, and then a shot goes off. And so by that situation, I'm not saying that it was good. Again, lawful but awful is a saying for a reason. I mean, if you go by your emotions, you kept saying it seems pretty straightforward. I mean, yeah, if we look at how we feel, then it's pretty straightforward. But if we actually look at how the law works and take our feelings out of it, even though I also had a very strong emotional reaction to seeing a man being killed in the streets, even though I think he had stupid ideas and wasn't engaging in smart activities, that doesn't mean that he should die. But that's his decision. That's his choice. So yeah, I'll give my time there.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we are going to hand the mic back over to Defnot. So whenever you want to start your 5-minute rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, so this whole there was an accidental shooting from Alex Pretty's own gun thing. I've seen that kind of floating around online. There's no evidence for it. I've tried looking at the video, as the guy is carrying the gun away, we would have seen that disturbance of where the bullet would be hitting something. And we also see in the other video from the other angle, the man that fires the first shot, you can see the recoil in the gun when the first shot gets fired. So I don't know where this whole maybe the gun went off on its own thing. I understand the emotional need to make it so if we want to talk about emotions here, because we don't want ICE to be wrong. We want them to go and clean up the neighborhoods. We don't want them killing US citizens for no reason. Obviously nobody wants that sort of thing, but in this case, that did unfortunately happen, and trying to defend it hurts more than just kind of accepting it, saying, okay, this guy clearly shouldn't be in the force, get him out, charge him, whatever. And then we can accept that sometimes mistakes happen. But trying to defend this is pushing people in the opposite direction of the intention is to get the illegals out of the cities and out of the country in general. That's the intention. And if you go around murdering actual citizens, it's not a great look. People are going to turn against it, and government needs legitimacy to do stuff like that. So it's just pushing people away. The result of defending ICE, no matter what, it's not going to have this isn't the better outcome. Let's see. Oh, and about this emotion thing, sure, yeah, it's terrible to see officers murder a person after having disarmed him. And as far as oh, sure, yeah, it happened quickly. But when you're in the moment, every second counts, and they're supposed to be trained for reacting quickly. So, and they did reveal that these officers had years of training experience, which means they should have known better. And we can discuss this whole if you want to keep bringing the video into it when he does attack that vehicle and stuff, I think that works better in my favor, honestly. But sure, we can go there. Honestly, I think it's relevant. So, but we can totally bring that in the discussion. Yeah, and in general, I think I already kind of covered. It's at that exact moment when you decide to use lethal force, is it warranted? And they had 7 guys on him, and they were restraining him. There's no way that he could have reached back and pulled a gun and started shooting at them. It's physically impossible, and that's part of something that is required for using lethal force. Is in that moment, is it justified? Can something else be done? And if there's no other option, then yes, it would have been justified. But they had him already contained. There is no physical way that he could have shot one of them. So that's where the law is on that in the moment, as you said. So I'm fine with just kind of getting into it. I'm not great at like lengthy back and forth. So
No
if you had,
worries.
I know you had a question. I forgot what it was. Maybe we can start with that.
No worries. All right. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour of back and forth, I just want to talk to the audience real quick. Everyone watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and also subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. We host all kind of debates here on Swords of Reason, politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. We put it in the arena. So if you're enjoying the format, make sure you're locked in because we have a lot more coming. Also, a reminder for that live chat after closing statements, we're doing a 30-minute Q&A. So I have the Q&A there in the chat, so you guys can put your questions in there. But remember, super chats, PayPal's, Cash App questions, these will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, the free chat questions may not get read. So if you have something you really want answered, send it through one of the priority options. We'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both of our debaters for being here tonight. And yeah, whenever one of you is ready to start up the open floor exchange, just jump in and I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so you said that it would be impossible for him to have be a danger to them. Can you
Yeah, they had
validate
7
that?
dudes holding down one guy, and
Uh-huh.
he already was blinded. So at no point did he reach for his weapon. By the way, it looks like
Yes, he
the
did.
CBP report doesn't
No.
mention
But why would it
any
be
reaching,
impossible? You said it
and
would be
they
impossible.
don't.
You made a claim that it would be impossible.
To it. CBP report doesn't mention any reaching, and it also said the whole like accidental discharge thing. By the way, they didn't mention that as well. And so those are the people that did the, execution.
Okay, so why would it be impossible for him to be a danger to them?
Because they had 7 guys on one guy holding him down,
So you
and
don't think
they
there's
already disarmed him.
So you don't think there's, again, we don't know that he wouldn't have had another weapon. So again, the question is, how do you know that he didn't? I am dead serious. How do you?
That's not.
So you're saying, wait. You're saying it's impossible that he had a knife on him, and he would go and stab somebody. That's impossible. I just want to be clear. It's impossible.
Using lethal force requires that they see an immediate
I agree.
threat.
I was the one who actually quoted the law. I was the one who actually quoted the law.
Reaching or holding the gun, which is not possible because they had disarmed him. This whole he could have had another gun.
I've heard
unless
you say
they literally saw that he was holding another gun.
I've heard you say that multiple times. What I'm asking you to do is verify the claim that you are making. You said it's impossible. I'm asking you, how do you know that it is impossible? Impossible means
there were
cannot happen.
7 guys on him. Do the math. And he was blind.
So you think there's no way that there's ever been you've never seen body cams of dudes being tased and a bunch of guys and they still go through and cause damage
here. I mean, can we just like watch the video or something again? I mean,
sure.
I thought everybody saw it at this point, so I don't understand how people can be seeing something like so different.
If you want to pull it up.
Yeah, what part are we speaking on specifically?
The part where they're literally like holding down a guy that has been blinded by freaking
why is he
spray?
But why is he in that position?
Because he's blind and they tackled him.
Okay, why is he blind?
Because they pepper sprayed him.
Okay, why did they pepper spray him?
Because he tried to help a woman up and he stood in front of the officer.
Tried to help a woman?
And the officer continued on the rampage.
Helping a woman is ignoring the woman and attacking a federal officer? How is that helping the woman?
From the video I saw, maybe we saw different videos, but from the video I saw, it was they were like standing in the road. She was off to the side. He was kind of in the middle. He was filming. The officer comes up to them. It's not like they went and started like messing with the vehicle or anything in this instant, at least. So if anything, this last video that you brought up, like there he was actually doing something violent. So, and in that case, they didn't shoot him, even though they could also see his gun. So for some reason, those agents didn't find that he posed a
It's
threat.
almost like they're not some evil Gestapo, right?
Exactly. I agree.
So if he had complied,
These
with their
particular
orders,
agents messed up.
so
And
if he had been,
if
so
we
if he
allow
had
them
been
to
arrested
mess
for
up, then that taints the rest of the operation. And then
I
like
mean,
right
sure,
now
I
he's
don't even
withdrawing them
necessarily
anyway
disagree with
because
that, but I'm not interested in
backup.
looking good. I'm interested in the truth. So if he had been arrested for the earlier video that, again, I understand does not have anything to do with the shooting. I'm just asking this outside of that. If he'd been arrested for that, then would he have been in a position to be killed that night?
Main logic dictates no, but what does that have to do with anything? That's completely.
Do you guys would you guys want me to play the video quickly? I have one that goes through a bunch of the different angles here. I just found that
Yeah,
ABC played. So if you guys want me to, here I can bring that up.
I would have brought one, but I figured everybody already saw it so many times.
Yeah, I think I would figured the same thing. But if we want to just do a little play here. I don't know if you guys want the sound here too.
Yeah, so
I think it's just the news.
Yeah, I don't
talking
see
about
him
it.
So
doing a lot
where's
of
he-
resisting.
So
where
here,
is he
let me
help-
back it up and slow it down
So
for you guys. The
yeah,
news is just talking over it, so I don't think we need the sound. Playback speed, we'll slow it down about half there, and I'll play it through here for you.
Okay, so there you go. So he puts his hands up right here. That's why he put exactly there. You
Because
go.
he
So
put
his
his
hands
hands
are
up?
already up. So he gets pepper sprayed.
So where does
Legal
he push?
legal force for interrupting. He's
Where does
only
he
just
push the
now.
officer, though? You
He's
said
only
he, like,
just
attacked the
now at that
officer.
point going
Where?
to talk to or even address the woman. He was not trying
Where?
to help the woman. He was trying
literally
to
standing
hurt
there
the dude.
filming. You can see it happening. Like we're watching him. standing
Filming
there
is
filming,
irrelevant.
and he gets shoved
Filming
and pepper
is
sprayed.
irrelevant. What was the case law on that? Just because you're filming doesn't mean that
I
the
don't
laws
care
change.
about that.
I'm
I'm
guessing
saying-
this is where you were talking about the guys all on top of him while he's on the ground.
Well, sure, but you're saying that he was like assaulting an officer and like resisting, but all I see him is like he's getting pushed back and he's getting pepper
Okay.
sprayed and he's not fighting back at all.
Okay, can we back up and acknowledge if we agree on what physical contact or what obstruction or anything would mean? Can you pull this down, Speakeasy, please?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So do you agree that, let's say my camera is the initial officer that he interacts with, the one that pushes the woman, the one that pepper sprays him. If I do that
That's
while
not
he's
what
in,
happened. We just saw it. It literally just played.
no, you go ahead.
And
You
we
go ahead
saw
and answer the
him
question I
raise his
didn't
arms
ask
up
yet.
to, like,
Go ahead.
defend
Go ahead.
his eyes from the pepper spray and to show that he's not a threat by raising his arms up.
Okay. So the
But
question
you
was,
somehow saw him like shoving the officer. Like where did we see that? It just played on repeat. Like why are we seeing such different things? It literally just played over and over, and
honey,
all
calm
we
down.
saw
Calm
was the
down. Just
officer
listen to the
shoving
words
this guy,
coming out of my mouth, and we
not
will
the
get through
other
this.
way around. How is this so difficult? I'm so confused.
Listen, and you won't be. So again, well, let's say that my camera is the officer. Do you agree or disagree that if we're not even, let's take it away from him. If this is a federal officer and he's in the commission of detaining or arresting somebody, and I do that, does that constitute assault on a federal officer? Yes or no?
That's not what happened.
That's not the question.
That's irrelevant.
Why is it irrelevant? I
Because
thought we were
it's not what
talking about
happened.
what constitutes as assault.
What's
if
relevant
if
is
he was
what happened,
okay,
and
fine.
that's
Do
not
you
what
agree that
happened.
if he did assault is relevant?
It would give them more of an excuse of like continuing to pepper spray him and tackle him to the ground.
I'm not
but
even
it still
asking
wouldn't give
if you.
them an excuse
I'm
to
saying,
shoot him.
listen.
Even
to
if that
what
did
I'm
happen, which it
asking you.
didn't.
You're
You see, in
confused
the
because you're
video,
trying
he
to
is
talk at me.
being pushed, and he's not fighting back at all. Where's the fighting back?
Am I muted? Hello,
Can we, like,
anybody
play the
there?
video again? And can you point exactly to like where he's fighting?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to
Okay,
do.
let's
I'm
do
trying
that.
to establish a principle and then show how that principle exists in the video.
Okay, well let's do the.
So I'm
showing
saying
part.
if we got to do the first part first. So again, I understand this is
I don't
not
un-
what happened.
this camera thing doesn't
Oh
work
my
because
God.
this is a completely different.
I'm never
angle.
debating a woman
So I don't
again.
know how
I'm never
far
debating a woman
away-
again.
Okay,
Please, may
You
I
don't have
finish
to
a
if you
question?
don't want to, but
May I
the camera
please?
angle doesn't work because we can't see how far away your hand is from the camera. We can't
You
see
tell
if
me
you're
when you're
actually
done.
like
You tell me when you're
shoving
done,
the camera
and I'll
or if
go.
you're like shielding yourself. It's a completely different angle. We can't see the space between. Like, what does that have to do
Don't
with
forget,
anything?
we still got refills for Morty, so get those supers in. Oh, you're done? Okay, so again, the question is, if my camera is an officer, and I, me, not Alex Pretti, if I, me, approach that officer while he's in the commission of detaining someone or arresting someone, and I do that, does that constitute assault on a federal officer? Yes or no? It does or it doesn't.
What is that? What is that? What happens? Can you describe what's happening?
Just touching, making contact. Just making contact.
Yes, touching is assault.
So if we see that Alex Pretti, before he had his hand up from being from trying to block the pepper spray that came after his hand went up, that if he went like that and brushed the officer, that would
is different from assault.
I literally just tapped the camera and you agreed with me.
Okay, are you gonna talk the whole time or can I respond? Because there's a big difference between like, oh, you're doing something to me here, bam. That's very different from like, I'm trying to shield myself and in the commotion I accidentally brushed you lightly. There's a very different things. Go ahead.
All right.
Well, no, tell me how it's the same.
It's not the same.
The touching you described would be assault because you described going bam. That's different from I'm trying to shield my eyes and accidentally brushed you. That's a different
but that's
situation.
not what happened. There are two different things. First, his hand goes up. Then he sees the pepper spray and hand goes on.
Can we stop playing things with the camera and can we just watch it and you can like point?
Yeah, sure.
Let's do that.
I mean, I think we just watched it, but yeah, go ahead.
That's what I think. I'm so confused.
It's because you're watching it with your heart instead of your brain.
Okay.
I also got it super slowed down for you.
Here's getting showing the woman.
So he's
guy
here.
Comes in. There we go. So right before his hand goes up, he makes contact with the officer. Where you get from a different angle. Contact with the officer, then the hand is up as the pepper spray is coming. So there's contact before.
Where's the contact?
Before his hand goes up. Why was his hand already in that position and then the pepper spray comes?
Because he can see the pepper spray is coming. He's showing himself. And hands up is a surrendering position in general. How do you fight somebody with your hands like this?
All right, I mean,
if fights like that. That's not how fighting happens.
Oh, because now the left is big fighters, right? I agree. This guy is not a good fighter. I don't know what you want from me there.
Okay. Exactly. So he's no threat. He can't even fight.
Literally had a gun on him at this point. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's supposed to be like so scary. Where's the contact?
I mean, I don't know how many times I need to say it.
Can we pause it at the point where there's like the contact?
I don't have control of the video, so we can try, but try this angle. Or this, yeah, either one.
So
this one cuts in after that. So that one doesn't care. So look where his hand goes before you see the spray.
Where?
See that contact right there.
Where?
Notice how this part is not in the other video. I wonder why. Contact where right there. Then the hand goes up because he sees the pepper spray that is coming because of the contact.
You're literally like making shit up. There's
this one doesn't cut in there. It shows the whole thing. So it's the push. He's right here. He's right like behind the officer here.
Yeah, but doesn't it?
And it kind of goes over a little bit.
Yeah,
so like if you look here, I'll show you the best where we can see.
So it cuts off where the officer is. So you can't see in this angle whether he's touched or not.
Exactly. He's not. You can't see.
But if we look at the other angle,
where? That's him holding his hand up right there.
Yeah,
you can see there's all that space between them. Of all the angles where we're gonna see if there's contact or not, this would be the one.
No, it's not. He's not even in the frame. How would we see it when he's not in the frame?
That's him here.
So he's got his hands against his body.
Can you tell if Alex Pretty's hands are on an officer or what his hands are doing?
Yes, you can tell.
They're not in the frame. You are lying to yourself.
Oh my god.
Well, I don't know. It looks like this is him here though.
Yes, that's Alex Pretty. What is not on frame is where his hands are.
Shoving anyone. Because that's what's going. Like where
And then the hand goes up.
from this position, and the other one
Again,
is his
this angle
phone.
doesn't show it because the officer is not on camera when the
Is this the contact?
That's him pushing
No,
the
no.
other woman.
No, I mean like if
there may be prior contact. I don't.
No,
I don't
no.
know
This
for
was
sure,
the. This is just the other angle. Like he looks like he kind of like
I don't
maybe.
see
touched
it.
So
his
okay,
arm.
so Def, now what is it exactly do you think he's doing then? Let's just say there was no contact. What do you think he's doing?
Let's just say there wasn't. We don't see any. But okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm willing to concede that.
It looks like he's trying to help up the other
No,
woman.
I'm
and
willing
he's
to
shielding
concede
his
that for the
face
sake
from
of the
pepper
discussion,
spray.
so that we
What's
can move on.
happening?
Because that
Are you gonna
doesn't.
talk for me the whole time? If you ask a question, you gotta let me respond, dude. You can't just keep like. You good? Okay. Yeah. So what he's doing is he turns around to help the other woman, and then he's realizing that like there's still something going on. He turns around, he's getting pepper sprayed. He puts his arm up to shield himself, and then he keeps getting shoved back, and he doesn't shove the other guy back. He keeps going backwards. That's not resisting. He's getting pushed, and he keeps stepping back.
Okay,
What
I
part of
disagree
that
with
is
you. But
resisting?
even if I'm willing to move on and say, even if in that situation he did not instigate that, then at that point he's being maybe or well, in that case it would be incorrectly arrested. So
What?
if that happens, he's being under arrest when he didn't do anything wrong. What is the proper thing to do if you are under arrest
Who's
and
under
you
arrest?
didn't do anything wrong?
Who is being arrested?
What is
for?
the proper what is the proper thing to do if you are under arrest and you did not do the thing you're being arrested for? Do you
To
fight back?
comply.
Do you resist?
To comply?
Okay, and so then even if there was no contact,
Nobody is under
hold
arrest here. He's being
hold
shoved by a guy and
on,
he's stepping
hold
back.
on. Even if there was no contact, which there was, even if there wasn't, then
You
he
can't
was
just
still
keep granting
resisting
yourself
arrest.
which there was
Correct?
when we literally
Correct.
saw
He
there
was
wasn't.
resisting arrest.
I don't see him resisting arrest. I see him being shoved back, and he keeps stepping back.
So go back to the video and show me where he lays flat and puts his arms back. Why did it take seven
How do you
guys if he
expect him to
wasn't
do that on
resisting?
slippery ice when
What
he's
were the seven
blind and he
guys
can't
doing if
see?
it didn't?
And he wasn't even being like, okay, we have to get the body camera footage because at this point there is no indication whatsoever that he's being arrested. He's being pushed back. Usually when you arrest somebody, you try to like
That's
grab
still-
their hands and handcuff them. You don't like shove them away from you. That's not how people usually arrest. People.
Not
Like,
if somebody's
I've
coming
seen
at you
people get
from the
arrested
side and
it
you don't
doesn't
see what's
look like
going on, and
that,
you're dealing
okay?
with somebody else, and some guy jumps in. It's so easy to look at this from
Like, F off,
you know,
bitch.
from
There's
hindsight
no-
in slow motion
Arrest
and frame by
who?
frame.
You're making up this entire story with no evidence. All we know is what we see, and we don't see what you're saying. We don't see anybody
we?
getting arrested. We don't see put your hands behind your back, you're under arrest. We didn't see any of that. We see a guy coming up to another guy and shoving him, and then pepper spraying him in the eyes, making him blind. He's blind. He is in pain. He can't tell what's going on anymore. He is on slippery ice. He's like flopping around, and then
All good reasons to comply.
that's what he's doing the best he can.
Then why did it take seven guys?
You expect him to literally, like, while being pepper sprayed in the eyes, when it's human instinct to shield your eyes, you try being pepper
Then
sprayed.
why was his
and you
hand? I
stand
thought his
there.
hands are up here, or his eyes are up here. You said shielded your eyes, but his hands
Yes,
are up here.
he's going
It's almost
from,
like there was
"Don't hurt
already
me," to,
emotion,
"Please stop."
and it was the momentum.
What are you talking about? This is a surrender position. To begin
You
with.
just said cover your eyes when that's not what he did.
Yes, he goes in this sort of situation. You can tell at some point it
Yes.
goes to covering his eyes because it's human instinct.
Okay, so I just clarifying. You're seeing the hand up here as
Yes,
him covering
he
his eyes.
starts out here, and then as he's getting
I mean,
sprayed,
again,
he
I
tries to
very
shield his
clearly I
eyes.
see it very differently than you. But I mean,
It's human instinct to do that. I don't know what else to tell you. Like you try
Yeah,
getting,
no,
getting pepper sprayed in the eyes
I
and see
don't
what
disagree.
you do.
I don't disagree. Is it? Do you think it would be safe to once the officers are aware that there is a gun in the situation? Is it safe for officers to assume that there's just the one gun?
Yeah,
That's safe.
yeah, that's generally what they do.
That wasn't
Unless
the
you
question.
can verify that
you're saying
there's
it's
some-
safe to be like,
If they
well,
don't
we got
see
the gun
another
off him, so
weapon,
he
they don't
definitely
assume that
doesn't
there's
have
another
any
weapon.
other
This is
weapons on him.
stupid.
I just want to be clear that that's what you're saying. It's safe for officers to assume that an armed individual has no additional weapons?
It's as safe as it possibly can be without them making it.
I'm starting to see why we're
context,
seeing different videos.
in the context of is it a justified killing? No, they don't assume if they just disarm somebody, officers, no matter what kind of officer, whether it's like federal, local, doesn't matter. If they disarm somebody, they don't assume he has another gun and start shooting. That's not what happens. That's
the opposite of what I asked you. I didn't say should officers assume that anybody has a gun, has more guns. That's not what I said. I said, is it safe to assume that because an armed individual, or is it safe to assume an armed individual only has one arm meaning, gun or whatever? And you said yes. So I just want to make sure the situation is we have an armed suspect.
Don't see another gun, they don't assume there's another gun. That's not how that works.
Okay, again, if you think that's safe, I'm starting to understand why you see a very different thing from the same video. Do you think officers can instantly know whether a weapon has been secured during a violent struggle like that?
Yes, they're trained to do that.
They're trained to know the instant that something happens, they all get what, Neuralink, and it just into their brain?
The guy that shot him was right next to the guy that took the weapon.
Okay, so can officers instantly
the
know
empty?
How
he was right there when his friend.
How do the officers become aware of the fact that the threat is no longer there?
By seeing it.
So they have to see something or hear something. They don't instantly know just because the weapon's been secured.
They have to know and confirm that there is a real threat. Just because somebody says gun in general doesn't mean they just start blindly shooting, because we don't even know where the gun is. It could have been coming from somewhere else. It could have been like another person from behind them. You don't know what gun in general means. It's not their training to just start like blindly shooting in a pile of bodies when somebody shouts gun.
Are you just gonna straw man everything I say?
What are you saying?
I'm asking you whether officers can instantly know something, and you're saying, well, they shouldn't just kill anybody. What does those have to do with the things that
they're trained to look at a situation and instantly assess what's going on? And if they looked at the situation, they would instantly see that he is being held down by 7 other of their buddies, and his holster is empty.
But I thought he was complying. Why did he? Why do they need 7 guys if he was complying?
Of what is going on?
Why did they need 7 guys if he was complying? It seems like they would need 7 guys because he was struggling.
I don't see like why like there being 7 of them, or like one of them is
because if somebody is just laying there with their hands behind their back, then you don't need 7 guys for that.
What do you mean?
And there was other people around, right? There was the girl that was shoved. There was other people around. So it seems to reason that if there's 7 guys there.
I don't know like what
I'm never going to get the finish.
I can't read their minds, so I don't know why exactly they needed 7.
Exactly.
I don't know. We can't read their minds.
You are trying to read their minds.
We don't know exactly why they wanted 7. Maybe they all just wanted to go in and like punch them up a little bit because they recognized them from before and they felt disrespected from that other video. We don't know that.
You don't really think that, right?
We don't know that, and you don't know.
I mean, okay, sure, it's not impossible. But do you think it is
what is true? What we know for a fact is that there were 7 of them, and there was one of him, and he was on the ground, and they were holding him down.
Oh, poor baby!
He was subdued already.
You got my feelings hurt, and now that changes the law. Can you make a legal argument?
Yeah, that is the legal argument.
They were being made execution in the streets.
Is that what I sound like? Okay, well,
a little bit.
Sure, but I'm telling you what the legal situation is. It doesn't matter, like, if they decided that, oh, well, there's going to be 7 of us or 5 of us. The situation is in that moment that lethal force is actually applied. Is it necessary? And the answer is no in this case. It's very obvious from everything that we have available. It's very obvious.
So did the officers have everything that we have available at the time? Or did we explicitly state that that's not how these are legally determined?
Their own reports don't state that he reached for the gun or that they thought he had another one.
Spanish? Why can't I'm asking super simple, basic yes or no questions?
Well, their own reports don't state what you're trying to state, so I don't know why you're saying that.
I don't know. How did we get here? What did I even just say? I don't even remember the question because
Okay.
I don't know.
It's okay, take
one of
one.
us is having a really bad night. I don't understand what you. Well, what the fuck did I even just ask you?
It's okay. Take your time.
Chat. What did I just ask her? So okay, whatever. Let's go back to what did you say about justified? So how would you you define justified? But can you give me that definition again, please?
Justified killing is if it's right, necessary, and permitted under the rules.
Necessary and permitted under the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the legal standard?
Yeah, generally.
Generally?
I think so.
You sure it isn't the thing that I read out specifically?
I mean, if you can...
Graham v. Connor, 1989, requires courts to judge force from the perspective of a
So I'm a little lost here.
That's why I'm catching you up, sweetie.
Well, can you
If you
summarize
shut your
in
trap,
like- in
if you
like
shut
a-
your trap, you'll understand. I promise. Graham,
Okay, you don't have to like, read the whole thing.
Nope.
That's
All right,
obfuscating,
go ahead.
but
No,
okay.
you go ahead.
Do you disagree that justified killing means right, necessary, and permitted under the rules?
No. You're not just going to breeze by that. You said that it is necessary. Necessary is a part of the legal justified definition, and I said, nuh-uh. Graham v. Connor, 1989, requires courts to judge force from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene, not with the benefit of hindsight.
Sure, I don't disagree. I agree. I even mentioned earlier.
Okay, but
Would a
then you
reasonable
just made the
officer with
argument
the
based
facts
on what
available
you
at
and
that
I know
moment-
now. That was the question. That was the question. Did the officers
Okay, go
know
ahead.
what you and
Come
I
back to
know
me.
now? What you and I know now. Either way, whether you want to take my position or your position, did the officers have that much information at that time?
They had enough information to know that he was not a threat to
The
them.
question was, did they have that information? I'm not
Yes.
asking you if in your opinion, if you thought they had enough information or not. That's not the question. The question is, let's
That's what you just said.
let's just make it easy. Let's make it easy. All right. Let's say there's 100 units of knowledge to this as of right now. There's 100 units of knowledge. And maybe we disagree. So, we're somewhere we're each on the 95 for 95 knowledge units for whatever our narrative is. The question is, how many knowledge units did the officers have at the time?
Enough.
Did they have the same amount as we do now? Or did they have less information? Did we get more information after the fact? Do you
I
understand
think
the
it's
question?
obvious that in any event,
Yes,
during
they
the
did, or
time
no, they
where it's
didn't?
occurring,
They did. There
you
was more.
have slightly
there was
less
less.
information, but that doesn't mean they didn't have enough information to know that this is
Okay,
not
so
necessary.
then what information did
A
they have?
reasonable officer would look at this guy being held down blind by 7 other dudes and conclude that he is not a threat.
How are you making this determination that they? What is
Because
the metric that you're
I am
using?
being reasonable. Reasonable officer being the key word.
Okay, but you're not an
reasonable.
officer, so I mean, unless you are, have you?
I'm a
been-
reasonable human being.
That okay? I disagree, but not really relevant.
Okay.
So again, you are making a claim that they had enough information. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to ascertain, how did you make that determination?
I just told
whether
you they had 7 dudes.
Oh, so it's just your
holding
feelings.
down one
I feel
dude
like they did
that
enough,
is blind on
so
the
that's
eyes.
what
It
I
is
think.
Simple math.
I mean, are you just going to go,
Well, I feel like it was bad, and they shouldn't have had to do that, and they knew
It's
everything
both math
all the
and
time.
physics. Are you done?
I'm just waiting for you to
I said
verify
it's
the claim
math
that
and
you made.
physics.
You
7
said,
versus 1 in physics. He's on the ground. They're
okay, so
holding
then
him
you're
down.
going
I don't
back
know
to
how
the
else to say
standard.
this. Like it.
Okay, so then you're going back to
anything
the
else?
standard that more of them means that the guy is not a threat.
Yeah, they're holding him down.
So again, it is impossible to be held down and also fling your arm back and get a knife or have something in your jacket, or it had multiple layers. You could have had it right there. Could have been in a shoe. That all of that is impossible.
The fact that any of that is
Yes or
theoretically
no,
possible
please,
in some
please.
universe has nothing to do with the situation.
I'll ask you nicely. Can you please
Officers
just
have
answer
to
my questions
recognize
instead of
an
rambling?
actual threat that they can identify.
So yes,
they can't be like
yes, it's impossible,
guessing
or
if
no, it's
there's
not
something
impossible.
when there's no reason to do so.
Is it impossible? or it's not impossible?
Irrelevant.
You made the claim. So fair enough. I don't think it's irrelevant. I think it's
In this
extremely
situation
relevant
that we
if
actually
it is
saw,
possible that
it
he has
was
another
not
weapon
possible
that
because
he
they
can
were holding
do
him down.
serious bodily harm or lethal force, which is exactly the standard that we're looking for. I think that's the debate. Anything else about how sad it is and how mean everybody is? Or you want to talk about anything legal or actually principled or something that you can back up? Or are you just going to say a bunch of feelings?
Yeah. A reasonable officer with the facts available at that moment,
Okay.
not guessing.
I heard that claim.
whether he has
Can you
a
verify
gun
that
hidden
claim?
somewhere. I'm trying to. Are you going to let me talk? I'll let you talk. You good? At that moment, they have to conclude that lethal force is or isn't necessary in that exact moment. In the exact moment when the first shot was fired, he was just disarmed by his buddy standing right next to him and being held down by 7 dudes.
Did the officers know that he'd been disarmed?
Way
How did the
a
officers?
reasonable person would look at that situation and be like,
Okay.
"Yep, let's pop up a couple rounds into him."
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong with the order of events here. You know, with scuffle happened, we'll put aside whether the assault was there or not. They're now on the ground, and someone's yelling, "Gun, gun, gun, gun." At what point do the other officers know? Because obviously the one who took the gun off him knew that he had taken the gun off him. When did the other officers become aware of the fact that the threat of the gun was no longer there?
When the guy that was standing literally right next to him looked at him and saw that the gun was no longer there.
How did you know that? He told you he
Because
saw
we
it?
see the other guy right next to him. And
No,
if
but
in order
again,
so
you
what
can't
you're
go based
claiming
on the
right now
video.
is
You have
he
to go
shot
based on what
blindly
they
into a
know.
pile of
You're
bodies
assuming that
without
because
looking
you can
first.
pause it
Is that
and you
what
can
you're
see,
claiming?
oh, look, his holster is empty. That's not the standard. That's not how the law works.
That literally is to identify in that
So
moment.
I'm just making
is
up Graham
there a
v.
threat?
Graham v.
Because
Connor?
in that moment,
Am
there
I
was
making
not
that
a
up?
threat. No.
Am I making that up? Or is that how
I
the law
literally looked
works?
this up right beforehand. Look, I don't know where you're trying to take this because we can see he is being disarmed by the guy right next to the
Okay,
guy that
so-
ends up shooting him. They are right next to each other. This isn't like a big
Speaking-
scuffle and somewhere across the way up front, a guy hears gun. He doesn't know what's going on. He starts like blindly shooting into a pile of bodies of his buddies. That is not what is going on. They have to see where they're shooting. And in order to see where they're shooting, they would have to see that the gun is not on him.
Okay, easy.
This is obvious logical things. I don't know how this is confusing.
Can we just get like a basic like Google AI summary of Graham v. Connor? Like I mean, if you want to pretend I'm making shit up, then okay, cool. I mean, we did just watch Nate the Lawyer and said anybody who doesn't know about Graham v. Connor doesn't know jack shit about what they're talking about. Let's do this. I'll put what I have in my opening statement in the private chat, and then we'll pull it up and we'll see if it's the same. So again, if you want me to read it while he's pulling that up, Graham v. Connor, 1989, the best year ever for people being born, requires courts to judge force from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene, not with the benefit of hindsight. Meaning, the information that you and I have now is more because we have hindsight. So you are saying, based on your own hindsight,
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Bad.
I literally just said an officer has to look right there on the spot and assess the situation. And
then you made the claim that he saw. You made the claim that he saw the empty holster. How do you know? How do you know that he saw it? I know that. How do you? I know you saw it. I know you saw it in the video. I'm not claiming that the gun was not taken. That's
so
not the question. Listen to the
bodies without looking.
Do you understand the words coming out of my mouth?
No, you're not making sense.
Okay, so let's slow it down. At what point?
Oh no, I said Jesus. Oh my goodness.
That's me. At what point did the other officers become aware of the fact that the officer took the gun off of Pretti and and ran off. At what point did all the officers there know? Because that's the standard.
The standard is for all of them to know something, because clearly all of them. What are you?
Because if one doesn't know and hears a gunshot and reasonably fears for his life, that's not a great situation. But that is legal.
I can excuse the rest of them because after one dude starts firing, I understand why the rest of them kind of fell in line and they had a panic. I understand that. The first shot is what I'm complaining about. The first guy shot for no reason. The other officers didn't feel the need to shoot. All of the other officers also heard gun. None of them decided to start piling bullets into him until the first guy went off.
So first they were emptying bullets into an empty body, and now none of them shot?
They shot after
Which one is
the first guy did. Do you want to watch the video again? Because I'm down to do
Not
that.
Really. I've seen it the first times. I know you're not super familiar with it, but I've watched it first. I've watched it from all the different angles. I've looked at the legal casework here. All you're giving me is, well, I saw that it was this, so they must have saw that too. Again, I will ask you, at what point did all of the officers become aware that the gun had been cleared? At what point did all of the officers become aware that the gun was cleared?
All of the officers is irrelevant. We're talking about the guy.
It's not irrelevant. That is the legal standard. I'll give you the exact thing here. Hold on. I'll give you the exact one.
What we're talking about here is the guy who actually started shooting. What was he aware of? That is the question. And he was right next to the guy that removed the weapon, and he had to have looked before he shot.
He had to have?
Otherwise,
he had to have? How do you know that he did?
The argument is he shot into a pile of his buddies.
I think they did shoot into a pile of their buddies. I think they're fucking retarded. That doesn't
so
mean
we agree
that the law
this
doesn't work.
Justified because you shouldn't shoot into a pile of your buddies. Thank you.
Yeah, agreed. It's stupid, not illegal.
Not justified. Conversation over.
Nope. You just decided that. You just decided. I thought you. What? I'm talking about legal justification. Just because I think it's stupid doesn't mean that it's illegal. Again, this isn't about feelings. This is about the law. It is justified by the law. I don't like it either. I don't think he should have died. That was the first fucking thing I said. It's a tragedy. It should not have happened.
Your opinion on whether he should or shouldn't have. I'm saying, was it justified? And we just agreed that it wasn't justified.
Yes, you just admitted it based on the merits or the criteria that is listed in the law. You just explicitly stated that it was justified.
No, I explicitly stated it wasn't.
I know you don't understand that because you don't understand the law. But
the things that you said, silly me. I'm sorry. Do you want to explain
the things that you said amount to exactly what I said in the opening.
Do you want to explain again the law?
So Graham v. Connor, you can't use hindsight. So
I'm not using hindsight.
Do you want me to explain it or you don't want me to explain it?
You're just repeating yourself. I thought you had something new.
You just said you didn't understand. I'm trying to explain it, and you said you don't understand. If I want to explain it again, 3 words into explain it again, you're like, oh my God, you're just explaining it again. Do you get it or you don't get it? You get it or you don't get it?
That was not justified according to that, but okay.
What was that? What was that?
I thought we already passed that. Like, you agreed that it wasn't justified.
But you said you didn't understand.
You had something else.
Did.
You came back to the original thing again. So.
Yeah, because you said you didn't understand. So you do understand.
It seemed like you had another point that I wasn't understanding, but no, that one is obviously in my favor.
So we'll go back to at what point did all of the officers become aware that Alex Pretti had no weapons on him?
They originally didn't even know he had a weapon on him.
Mm-hmm. So again, the question is, at what point did they know that there was no other weapons on him?
That's not...
Please humor me. Maybe I'm retarded and this has nothing to do with anything, but please just answer the question.
Maybe he has another gun hiding somewhere.
Almost like you know you're wrong, so you're pretending this is irrelevant.
Just in case we're going to shoot a person, just in case they're hiding any other weapons.
At what point?
If they don't see another weapon, there's no reason for them to assume there is another weapon. That is not how this works.
If I super chat it to Easy, will you answer it?
What?
At what point did all of the officers become aware that Alex Pretti did not have any weapons on him? That is the only thing that I've been trying to talk about for the last 15 minutes.
In the beginning, they started out as not knowing there were any weapons on him until one of the guys saw that his back was exposed, and then he took the gun, and the guy
So that's
next to
one
him
guy.
became aware. So originally,
Wait,
it was basically all of them
wait,
did not think there was
You
a
just skipped
gun.
over the whole thing. You just skipped over the whole thing. So I agree that we have the one guy that took the gun. He was aware about it sometime
And the guy
before.
next to him, obviously, because he was right there. And he
So-
was
so
looking
you
at what
are-
he was
so
shooting
you-
at, because
so
you
you
don't
don't
shoot
have-
blindly. That is stupid.
So you don't think there's any aspect of adrenaline, tunnel vision, focusing on this. You just know all of the things that happen in your general vicinity all the time, especially when you're in a life or death situation. Is that your argument here?
We know
That because
what
it was
a
there,
reasonable
he must
officer
have
would
seen it?
seen, and a reasonable officer would have looked at the situation.
Yes, that's what
And
you're
we have
saying, or
videos
no,
of the
that's not what you're
situation.
saying.
So we know what they would have seen.
Yes, that's what you're saying, or no, that's not what you're saying.
I'm saying we know what they would have seen. We can reasonably
Okay,
deduct by looking
okay, but
at the
my
video
question-
of it.
See, again, I don't remember. I don't even remember. You just babble for so long. I don't even remember what the
Me?
question was.
Okay. I'm the one doing that. Go ahead.
At what point did all of the officers become aware that Pretti had no weapons? You're saying that because the guy who actually took it, I agree with you that he was aware, then you skipped over the whole point. Okay, fine. So then unless you're claiming that because the man who had the gun was physically there, they must have seen him. Is that your argument?
The guy that was right next to him and started shooting with the vision of
You ever seen the?
Pretti on
You ever
ground
seen
with
the?
holster
Yep,
visible.
they all do.
It was very obvious that he was no longer holding a weapon.
Okay,
Or even
have
he
you
wasn't
ever?
even holding it in the first place. The weapon was no longer on him anywhere. That was very obvious.
Okay, are you?
It was right in the middle of his back, and you could see the holster was empty.
Okay, so are you
Because
aware?
I have video of that. Go ahead.
Are you aware of? Fuck, I don't remember what it's called. It's a psychological thing where selective focus, maybe. There's a video where they like a bunch of people are standing around with a basketball, and they ask you to count how many do the people in red and whatever, and then you get to the end of the video, and it's like, did you notice the gorilla? And there's a gorilla that walks through the frame, and because you're focused on counting the basketballs or counting the whatever, then most people, I can't give you a number, but it's higher than 50%. Most people don't fucking notice the gorilla, and they're not in a life or death situation. They're just counting basketballs.
Exactly.
You're
So in a life
saying,
or death
you're
situation,
saying
they would
that
probably know
CBP
exactly
is
what's going
so
on in front of
well
them if they're
trained.
shooting somebody.
They're so well trained that despite shooting into a circle of their buddies, that they are fucking mega mind. They're fucking the Manhattan, Mr. Manhattan. And if it's
So
in the
you agree
vicinity,
it
then
wasn't
you know.
justified because they shot into a circle
Yeah,
of
I
their
just want to make
buddies.
sure that's your
That's
position.
another reason that it wasn't justified. Thank you. I'm glad we agree.
What is that? What was the other reason?
You said that because they shot into a circle of their buddies. I agree. It wasn't justified for that reason.
No, that just
also.
makes it stupid. That doesn't make it illegal.
It makes it illegal. You can't shoot. You can't just shoot at your fellow officers. What are
They
you
didn't
talking
shoot at their
about?
fellow officers. They shot at Alex Pretti, who was actively
you just
resisting
agreed that
arrest.
He shot into a general area without even.
Oh, now
looking
it's the
at him.
general area.
So either
So
he
what's
didn't
is it
look
6
and
feet?
shot
Is it 6 feet?
blindly.
Is it 6 feet and 3 inches? What's the distance that you need to be?
They were piled onto him.
What's the distance?
And if you're saying
What's
that he
the
wasn't
distance?
looking,
What's
he
the
had to have shot at
distance?
his
What's the
buddies.
distance?
Logic.
Loser? What is the distance they need to be for it to be okay?
For what to be okay? Distance between
To
what?
shoot in the direction where other people are. We are saying we both agree that they were too close to each other, but you're claiming that it's unjustified because of the fact that
I'm saying that
So
either
my
he
question
saw what he
is,
was
what
doing
is the
or
distance?
he didn't.
What is the distance they must be before a shot like that would be justified? If they were 6 feet away and they shot towards each other, would that be okay?
I'm not talking about distance here. We just
You
discussed
literally
that-
are, dude.
No,
Oh my
I am not.
God.
We're saying either he was looking
I
at
don't-
what he was shooting at, in which case he would have seen
You-
that he was not armed, or he wasn't looking at what he was shooting at, and he was shooting into a pile of his friends. So either he was looking or he wasn't looking. In either case, it's bad.
Again, agree, but bad does not mean
And just-
illegal.
It's unjustified. Bad
According-
for them
according to your
legally, not
definition,
justified.
According to your opinionated definition that it must be necessary, that's not how the law defines justified. I don't care how you feel about it. I also feel that it was a bad situation. Dude should not have died. Unfortunately, the way that the laws work enable those officers to do the stupid action that they did because of the stupider action that Pretti did.
They don't enable them to do that.
All right, so you want to bet $1,000 that the officers get off?
Sure. I mean, they're investigating them as of like what a couple days ago. So yeah, that's fine.
You really? I mean, I don't know where else to go with that. If you just think that, well, I saw that his thing was empty, so therefore it must be that the other officers also saw.
The guy that was shooting, the guy
If
that
that's
shot
your
first,
standard,
the
then
man
you're
that
just
shot
making
first
shit
had to
up.
have seen because he was shooting.
And it's fine for you to make shit up and think whatever you want to think, but that doesn't, just because it hurts your fifis doesn't make it legally unjustified.
Why are you going on about fifis? What are you, 5? We're talking about logically deducting something here. If he has to be shooting at the guy, he has to be looking at the guy. Or he's shooting into a pile of bodies, including his friends. You have two options here, and both are not justified shootings. Either he's not even looking and he's blindly like pew pew pew, or he is looking and he knows he's not armed. Pick one.
Okay, so are you? I just again, I'm just making sure that you're saying because of the fact. Actually, I don't even know. Can you? Okay, can you explain? Maybe I'm stupid. Can you just lay out in like 1 or 2 sentences the TLDR? This was not justified because. I know I'm not saying you haven't said that, but I just want to be crystal clear.
Because the officer that started the shooting had to have either seen that he was disarmed by looking at him, or not looked at what he was shooting at, which would have included the other officers. In either case, it's not justified.
Okay, so how do you know that he?
It has to be one of the two.
So again, that's not how the law works. Like,
Fine.
Pull up whatever legal doctrine or case or whatever that says necessary is a part of the legal definition of justified.
I mean, if you really need it to be, it's not like we're.
Yeah, I do, because you think that your feelings go above the actual law. That's not. I understand how you feel. Well, I generally feel the same way.
That's why the topic doesn't say legally justified. It says just justified in general. But
okay, so justified in your personal humble opinion. Okay, great.
And for
in my humble opinion, it's not justified. So where the fuck does that leave us?
I mean, if you really want me to look it up, I will.
Yes, I do, because I want you to see that you're just making shit up. You don't understand that you're bringing in things that needn't be brought in or shouldn't be brought in, and you're leaving out things that are relevant. There's no necessary. How do you know in any case that it is absolutely necessary for a shot to be fired? That there's absolutely no way that this can be solved without a shot being fired. That would be necessary. You need to make that determination in the time you are given. And that is why that is not part of the law. If you want me to read it again.
Apparently it is.
Okay, prove me wrong. Again, so she's going to pull up something that says justified includes necessary. When we're talking about a legal justified shooting, this must say that the shooting was necessary. And that is silly, because to claim that it is necessary means that you know all of the possible outcomes, and that's not how humans work. But I'll wait.
Deadly force may not be used unless it is necessary to prevent the escape and the officer has probable cause to believe that the suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury.
You mean like having a gun on you?
Or others. So necessary.
Like having a gun on you?
In there. So I think, are you like cool with that now? Can we move on?
If you say correct, Lutch, I was wrong about that. The necessary that you just said feeds exactly into what you said, Lutch. We can absolutely move on if you're willing to say that.
No, the necessary is part of my definition. You said it wasn't part of legal definition. I looked it up just to be sure, and it is. So just like, are you done now?
You want to take a semantic win that not the action was necessary, but the definition includes the word necessary. That's what you want to hang your hat on?
What? You're the one that demanded I look up the semantics of the
Right,
specific
but what
word
you said
necessary.
does not
I'm saying
equate
necessary
to
as a
this must be
concept.
necessary.
I'm saying necessary as a concept is part of the law.
Right.
You
What is
you want
necessary is
actual
listed,
word.
and what is necessary is not. That is the only option.
when you're done.
That is a different definition of something being necessary, meaning that
Okay.
there can be no other option. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Okay, so
you agree
when I was originally discussing this,
You
I
agree
was
or
bringing
disagree
up
with
the word
that? Do you agree or
necessary as
disagree with
part
that?
of.
Do you agree or disagree with that?
Every
Do you
time you're gonna
agree
talk over me.
or
Okay.
disagree?
Let me know when
Yeah,
you're done.
you're not gonna answer my question.
Let her answer. Go ahead.
She's not answering.
Because I was trying to talk and you kept just talking over me. And
Because I asked you a question and you didn't answer the question and you're just rambling about bullshit. I'm asking relevant questions to the thing that we're trying to talk about, and you're just saying other shit. Why do you feel that it's a good faith to just hear my question and just be like, nah, fuck you, I'm going to talk about whatever I want to talk about?
I don't. Sorry, feelings. I thought that wasn't allowed. So what I was
not
saying
in the
is,
law, but again, this is not a legal proceeding. This is a debate on YouTube. And yes, you are being very disrespectful to me, and it's hurting my feelings because maybe I'm a little beta bitch. But last time I checked, it was disrespectful to hear somebody ask you a question and say, fuck you, I'm not going to answer that question. I'm just going to talk about what I want to talk about. Do you disagree? She's not going to answer that either. She's not going to answer that either.
Rewriting history, and the fact that you just rewrote it in this case shows that like you clearly are used to doing that. So I don't see why
the
we
gaslighting.
have to trust your word for anything. But okay.
Because I was trusting my word,
and you started.
Oh my god, the projection! I'm citing case law, and you're saying I feel this and telling me that it's not about my feelings. I agree.
Okay, this is getting too meta.
Agree.
Can we just move on to the necessary part? Because I brought up the word necessary as a concept. You demanded that I find that actual word as a semantic thing in the law.
No, not as a semantic thing, as a substantive case that it must be the only thing. That's what necessary means.
Necessary at that moment. It has to be. It's
okay. So again, legally, what does it say after that? What does it say after that? How do they define necessary? Are they defining it the way you're defining it? Or are they saying you must, it is necessary to meet the conditions of Graham v. Connor? Those are two entirely different statements. Just because, I found necessary. Again, if that's the win you want to take, like, okay, you found the word necessary, that doesn't mean that the shooting wasn't the shooting wasn't justified.
It has to be necessary. And I already explained why it wasn't necessary, because he was being held down by 7 other dudes.
Okay, define necessary. So let's get into that then. So maybe we're talking about different necessary.
Semantic thing. I thought you were in good faith here, and here we are.
I am in good faith. You are saying that it's necessary, and I'm saying it's not necessary. Clearly, we are having a disagreement on what we mean by necessary.
Needed to protect themselves.
Okay, right. And so that is a determination that is giving criteria as to what is necessary in order to make that choice. Not saying this is the only thing that can happen. Do you understand the difference between the two statements that I'm making?
They have to be defending themselves.
Do you understand the difference? Why are you so allergic to just answering a fucking question?
If I could try to bridge the gap here, if I'm understanding correctly, I think Def Not is using necessary as in that it's the only possible option.
Right. And so again, I'm saying, fine, if you want to hang your hat on the fact that the way that you're defining necessary is that it must meet these conditions, not that the shot had to be necessary, then you're just mixing up the words, and that doesn't change anything about the justification.
Yes, using lethal force has to be necessary, meaning there is no other option.
So how would you know there's no other option?
A reasonable officer has to determine.
How?
And I think if we look at the evidence, we can pretty logically estimate that that was not reasonable, what they were doing. So
based on
what? I don't know how many other times I can like explain everything to you, but
I know you're getting mad that I'm not just like, oh wow, you're right, like I did last time, because I was really tired and didn't give a shit about the fucking topic.
Sure, because you were tired. Honestly, I had like way more respect for you after that, because
I bet you did, because I fucking conceded a fucking stupid 10-minute debate that I didn't give a shit about, and you got $100. Now I actually care about the topic, and I'm actually engaging, and I'm doing my best to try to make it as simple as possible. Yes
You're
or no
really
question.
not making it as
Agree
simple
or
as
disagree.
possible.
And you cannot answer a question. Do you think everybody watching doesn't see what you're doing? That every time I ask you a very simple yes or no question, agree or disagree question, and you go and fucking blah, 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 blah. Do you think that they don't see that? Do you think that you...
Every time you're asking the question, you start talking over me. So I don't even know what question you're asking because I'm trying to say something.
Okay, so...
Go ahead and ask.
So again, I will go all the way back. Are you claiming that because you saw on a video that somebody's holster was empty and you later found out that he had no other arms on him, that the officers in the moment had that same information? That's a yes
I'm not claiming
or no
that.
question. Okay, so you're not claiming that.
You keep trying to bring this all like, oh, because I know what I know now, that's why this is going on. But I have never claimed that. That's been you. Every time you're the one saying that. What I've been saying from the beginning is at the time of the actual shot being fired, at that exact moment is when it matters. And
Right.
what we see from video evidence, from all the available evidence that we have, the only reasonable thing we can deduce is that he did not act justifiably.
Okay.
It was not justified what he did because it was not necessary. I don't know how many times I have to repeat myself.
Okay.
But for the last time, 7 dudes were holding down one blinded man that had disarmed him. The guy right next to the guy who shot disarmed him. The holster was empty. They were holding his arms and limbs and everything. How is he a threat? Explain.
Because he could have another weapon.
Where? In his other butt?
Was he not wearing a jacket and a shirt and jeans? What the fuck are you talking about?
Surrounded by 7 dudes.
What do you think a knife? How big do you think a knife has to be before it's dangerous?
There has to be an immediate threat. Not he might have another gun. That's not how the law works.
That is how the law works.
It doesn't work like that. Okay.
Okay, really so fine. Show me where I'm wrong about that. Give me the case law as to where I'm wrong about that.
Where somebody said he could have another gun, and they decided that he was wrong about that. That's a very specific thing.
Okay, so let's make a hypothetical. Let's make a very specific hypothetical of this specific point. All right. So let's say that I'm the bad guy, right? And I've got a gun aimed at a cop. Then you don't know why, you're in the moment, right? I throw that gun away and I'm wearing a jacket just like Alex's and I go like that. Is the cop justified to shoot me?
Yeah, I think so.
But how would he know I'm not just grabbing for my wallet or a mint or a piece of gum?
Because you were already a threat and pointing a gun at an officer, which
none was Alex by getting involved while he was
for a weapon in any way, and there was no pointing a weapon at anybody. He never even touched his gun.
Okay,
he never reached for it.
I agree. The hypothetical I gave you is a lot simpler than the real life situation. That was the point of giving you the hypothetical.
Exactly. This was a more complex situation where
the principle
7
follows.
other dudes were holding him down.
The principle follows.
And he never pointed a gun at anybody.
The justification, he doesn't need to point a gun at anybody. When you are tussling and resisting while you have a gun on you, that is the threat.
If you're going
legally, that is the threat.
Are you done? If you're going to include these key things in your hypothetical, they have to at least relate to the situation, or else it's
just because you're too stupid to fucking understand the principle doesn't mean it doesn't apply. You are saying that he has to know. If I reach in my hypothetical, the cop doesn't know. So it's not necessary because it could be that I'm pulling out a stick of gum. But you said that would have been a justified shooting.
He was already
so similarly, even though this is not as strong, the principle remains. He does not know, or none of the cops know, whether or not he has been disarmed because he is actively fighting.
Are you done?
Yep. That's what stopping talking means.
Because every time you stop, you start up again and talk over me. So in your hypothetical, he was already pointing a gun at the officer, so he was posing an actual threat. And if he reached for something else in his jacket, it's reasonable to assume that after already having been pointing a gun at an officer, that he might still want to hurt him. And there were in your hypothetical, there was nobody else holding him down, preventing him from moving or anything. In reality, he never touched his gun. He never reached for his gun. Or else they would have been in the report. He reached for his gun. They didn't even try saying that. Don't you think that would be a key piece of information that would exonerate them from the world's wrath or whatever?
Yes. Do you think there's a difference between he didn't do a thing and knowing that after the fact and it being in the moment, and even though he didn't have anything on him, not knowing that that could be the thing?
They were the ones making the report. They knew in the moment that he was not reaching for anything. All of the other officers that were surrounding him.
I don't know what to do here.
None of them saw him
basic concepts of, do you understand that this is different than that? And then you talk about something that's not this or that. Do you understand the difference between being acutely aware, okay, this guy has no more weapons, he's already shown to assault with a weapon, and we are going to assume that he has no more weapons, versus afterwards, when you're making the report, being aware of the fact that in the moment you didn't know, but now you're making the report and you know.
Can we talk about the actual situation here? Because
talk about whatever you want. I mean, that's all you're doing anyway. I think I'm asking very pointed, easy questions, and you're just dodging them. And I think you know why. But yeah, go ahead. Talk about whatever you want.
I don't understand what you're getting at, honestly. You're creating a situation that is completely different from
it was either you are dodging or that you have no idea what's going on. Glad we cleared that up.
Okay, I'm confused because you're creating a situation that is very different from the one that we saw happen. You included pointing a gun at an officer, which is a very
Why did I say
serious and very important point. And that is not something that happened. That context matters.
Why do you think I brought up pointing the gun?
To make it go your way.
So it has nothing to do with proposing a threat.
Can you point to like where there's
so in both situations?
You're gonna talk over me again. Can you?
You were just going to ask me. Go ahead. Ask the question.
Can you point to the parallel in the actual videos that we saw? Yes. That would be the parallel of him pointing a gun at an officer in your hypothetical. Go ahead.
Yes. Having a gun and resisting arrest.
Just
even though they're not the same exact situation, both situations are using force against law enforcement. That is the threat. That is how the law works. I'm sorry that you don't like it, but that's how the law works. Okay. Unless you can find some other thing that overrides what we're talking about. I mean, again, look up any of these and do whatever you want with it. We got to go over 5 minutes left, and I don't really know what else to say. So we got Graham v. Connor. We got Cox v. Louisiana, 1965. We've got Turner v. Driver in the Fifth Circuit of 2017.
Are you done?
No, I got more. 18 USC subset 111. US v. Fayola, 1975. Any of these, if any of these are wrong, then show me.
I don't know what those numbers and letters and words mean.
They're called laws, sweetie. They're called laws. That's welcome to the conversation.
Holy shit. I don't know, like if you memorized all of those. I didn't.
No, I just looked them up. It's called Google.
No, you don't.
What is the law in Minnesota for carrying a gun? What is the law in America for? That's how you do that.
It is not the law that if you have a gun on you,
I highly suggest that next time you do it.
Are you done now? Because every time you're done and I start talking,
we're going around in circles. I've been done. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You take the whole time. I thought you were looking up legal things.
No, I was just waiting for you to be done. Yeah, so I actually looked this up beforehand, and it is not a thing that just having a gun on you means you can get shot. Okay, I am very super pro 2A here. Maybe you're against that, so I understand if you're like on the lib side, that's cool. I'm not. So I think that just having a gun on you doesn't mean you get shot.
Okay,
and we don't even see evidence.
So it's almost like that's not what I said, right? So it's not just having the gun.
That's fine.
It's not just having the gun. You're strawmanning. You're strawmanning me and saying that, just because you had a gun. No, it's the having the gun and also together at the same time being engaged with the law enforcement officer. Do you understand the difference between getting killed for having a gun and getting killed for having a gun while you're attacking police?
Are you done now?
She can't answer. It's a yes or no question. Are those the same things or different things? Please.
Yes. And I was getting to that because in the video, we don't even really see him like resisting arrest. He's flopping around on the ground while 7 other dudes are holding him down. There is no chance that he can hurt anybody in that situation while also blind. We keep forgetting he is blind.
Okay,
He
so
hardly
do
knows
you-
what's going on. He never reached for his weapon. He was disarmed before he was shot. I don't know where else we can take this
Okay,
because
so
like you keep like going and trying to be like, what if this?
Do
What if
you-
this other
do you-
situation? What if this other hypothetical was somebody pointed a gun at somebody? Like none of that is relevant.
okay, do you see that it might be a different situation? Well, okay. You keep going back to this. Oh, 7 guys. Da, da, da. Do you think it's reasonable that if they were good, the officers they were good handling Pretti, that they would have all done that while there's other people around them doing exactly the same shit?
There's not that many other people around him. Like especially in all the videos, we can see that like there's
Okay, so there were other
lots
people
of
around
space.
him though. There was other people
I don't
there,
even
right?
see like if there is a crowd, it's way in the distance. In all of the angles, there's like plenty of empty space around them.
So were there other people there, or there was no other people there?
There were a few other people there.
Okay, so do you think that the officers in that moment would prefer to just get one off on this guy, or maybe get their job done and get the
Seems like
fuck out
it.
of there?
He was disrespecting them.
He was what?
Disrespecting them.
Okay, and so
There's
you
all
answered my
there's
question.
these protesters. They're obviously not a fan
Okay,
of each
so the
other.
question was, do you think it is reasonable? Wow, there's other things going on, other people doing the same thing, and they have a job to do, that they would take the time to all gang up on one dude just for laughs?
I agree. This whole thing wasn't reasonable. Thank you.
So the question was, do you think it makes sense that 7 cops would be on one dude when there's a bunch of other dudes and chicks and whatever doing the same thing right around them? Doesn't it make more sense that if those people were around them, that they would go on to those, and the fact that 7 dudes were on one dude?
Well, he was
Makes
a
it
dude,
that
and he was the
maybe
tallest,
he
and
was
like,
actually
the
resisting.
closest,
Maybe
so-
he had another weapon on him. Let's make sure he is good.
You don't
Good
make sure
meaning-
he is
good meaning
good by shooting him
secure.
first, and then thinking maybe he had another weapon. In order to use lethal force, there has to be an
According to-
immediate threat,
According to okay,
according to the law. In that
Mhm.
moment, they
Which
have
law?
to see an
law?
immediate threat.
Which law?
All of them.
So the law about speeding, it says that you can only shoot somebody?
All the ones that are related to using
That's what I'm asking you.
lethal force by an officer. It has to be necessary. They can't be like, oh, well, he's being held down, but maybe he's got something hiding somewhere. I don't know for sure. Let's just shoot him just in case. That's not how that works.
Okay. I mean, if you think that. Anything else?
I think I made my point. I mean, I think people already have a very strong opinion, and if you're like really pro ICE, I think that sometimes people defend them no matter what, and I think that's a big mistake because I want the illegals out as well, but defending bad shoots isn't how you get that done.
Agreed.
All
That's what we're
right.
doing here.
It's a justified shoot.
So that right there will wrap up the open hour of open floor. Just real quick, want to say thank you again to both the debaters for coming out tonight. We're about to enter the final phase of the debate, the closing statements. Quick reminder to live chat: the Q&A is already up there. So if you got questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. And remember, super chats, PayPal, Cash App questions, these will take priority. So if they fill the full 30 minutes, not all the free chat questions will make it there. So, if there's something you really want guaranteed asked, send it through one of those priority options. With that said, we're going to move over into closings. We're going to start with Lutch. That will give Def not the last word since you had the first. So whenever you are ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
So I started my opening with saying the one thing we should all agree is that Pretti's death should not have happened, and that human life is valuable, and all of that stuff. I expressed, that I think this could have been handled a lot better But the fact is, it's not about how I feel about the situation. It's not about finding a case law that says what is necessary for this means it must be necessary, and switching, for those of you who know, semantic obfuscation. The idea that I don't feel like she understands the concept of the difference, like the advantage that hindsight gives you in a situation like this. She keeps talking about, oh, well, he saw, I saw on the video that the holster was empty, therefore he must have seen it. And again, ignored the example. Look up the example of the basketball and gorilla thing. Obviously, now that you know what it is, you know it won't work for you. But try it with anybody. Try it with anybody. And again, that's just somebody sitting around looking at a video, counting basketballs. And in that case, people can't pay attention to everything that they're seeing. So to suggest that in a life and death situation like that, it must be that the cops saw that he had no other weapon and he was just fighting them, but also they knew he didn't have another weapon, is silly. Yeah, I mean, I laid out how we had lawful orders, we had resisting arrest, and even if I'm wrong about the brush up initially, again, I wasn't. One of my big questions is why the fuck was that girl shoved in the first place? Probably because you know, the whistle in the ear or whatever. But you know, I'm not like yay ice here. I'm just trying to establish the reality of the situation, and the reality of the situation is that according to Graham v. Connor, this is precisely a justified shoot. It may not be the cleanest one, and I may not like how it went down, but it's my feelings are irrelevant to how the law works. And so other things like yeah, the whole necessary thing, I think we can all see that was like, reaching. You know, the whole idea about, oh, he's being executed, when again, my analogy, just because you go hiking and break your ankle doesn't mean you deserve to have your ankle broken. It's just one of the things that can happen if you do that activity. Similarly, just because you were pissing off cops doesn't mean you deserve to die. But if you are fighting with cops while you are armed, then that's one of the things that can happen. Yeah, I'm not interested in you know, just people's feelings on this. Interested in truth. I obviously agree that murder is bad, and this isn't that. Definitely not ice no matter what, which is something that she said earlier. Yeah, then we just got a bunch of just, you know, things she pulled out of her ass, like, oh, they were too close, or they knew at the time, or all these things, just making stuff up that post hoc makes sense. That it's like, okay, well, if the guy saw the gun, then it makes sense that the other guy saw the gun. But that's just not how it works. I mean, there is a world where they did see the gun and they shot him anyway. There is a world where that happens. But based on the information that we have right now, that's not the case. And definitely based on the information that the officers had at the time, that is just not how the law works. This is an emotional appeal to, I saw that and I think it's bad. Therefore, it's not justified. And again, that is not how the law works. And I'll concede my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Defnot. So whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Thanks. Again, I'm not against ICE, and at no point did I say that they were like too close or something. I don't know why you're making that up. That was all you. So it's kind of annoying, like having words put in my mouth. Anyway, so having a gun on you does not mean that he is necessarily using the gun right in that moment. Using the gun in that moment is what matters in any case that involves like an officer shooting somebody because there is a gun involved. They have to be using it, or they have to be trying to use it. They have to be at least reaching for it. None of those things happened in this case. And if they could pin him down with, again, 7 versus 1, that's math. I don't know what this like Fifi's thing that he keeps bringing up. I'm talking about math here. 7 versus 1 is enough to restrain him, which is what they were doing. and disarm him. If they could disarm him, they could just cuff him. And the guy, again, if there was a guy that was like near like his corner somewhere, he couldn't like see his hands, and then he like couldn't see the gun being removed, and he thought like somewhere there was a gun, maybe that would be justified. But again, he would have to look to know where to shoot, and he would either see that he wasn't actually holding a gun, in which case he shouldn't shoot, or he wouldn't be able to tell, in which case he wasn't looking where he's shooting, which would be shooting at his fellow officers. In every possible logical scenario I can think about here, this is not justified. It can't possibly be. They literally disarmed him first, and then the guy next to the guy that disarmed him started shooting. That is what we saw. And again, like, I think the video speaks for itself if you just like take a step back and look at it for a minute, and like whether you agree with the eyes generally or not, that's not relevant here. What's relevant is this particular shoot was a bad shoot. And I mean, I'm glad they're investigating it now, because if we let these kinds of things go, then people see that like this ICE thing is gonna like just shoot anybody that's legally carrying that happens to be in the way. And that's unacceptable. I think that's unacceptable, and I think the rest of the country, or at least most of them, would think that is unacceptable, and that would cause there to be less enforcement of immigration, and nobody wants that. Well, at least I think most of us here don't want that. So if we want them to actually enforce the laws about immigration and deport people that need to be deported, we can't have them shooting US citizens. We can't have that. And again, if this was like, okay, they panicked and it was a mistake, that is not justified. Like, sure, even if like, okay, the whole was he filming, was he not filming, whether that's legal or not legal, I didn't bring any of that up. I don't know why he kept like bringing it up, but that is not relevant. What's relevant is, was he an immediate threat to their lives, or was there something that he was doing that would be immediately causing them great bodily harm? And it was literally impossible for him to do that because they were holding him down. 7 dudes against 1 is just math. I don't know how many like times I have to say the same thing for it to like finally hit, but I think that's where I'm at. So I'm cool with like, if there's questions, I'll answer or whatever. But
all right. Thank you for that closing statement. That will conclude the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight. Again, out there in the chat, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel, so you don't miss any more of the debates we host here on the Swords of Reason. Again, we run all kinds of matchups: political, cultural, social, philosophy, trending topics. Literally anywhere there's a conversation worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description. Show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight. And I'm pretty sure they're both live right now as well. So go over to their live stream, show them some support, send them super chats, all of that. And now, before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two for each side, just based off things I heard during the debate, maybe something I wanted, maybe deserved one more pass, or a point I think was missed on something, or anything like this. And then once those questions are answered, we'll get into the official 30-minute chat Q&A. So first is I'm gonna start with the affirmative side. So like while you're maintaining that the agents were justified due to threat, like what is the like what would be the specific evidence for you that supports the conclusion that Pretti posed a lethal risk to the officers at the moment the shots were fired? Like, because when we see in the video, like, I think it's pretty clear now with all the different angles, he was disarmed, and he wasn't, maybe we can't see at least the actively reaching for his weapon. So what is the specific evidence that supports he's a lethal risk to the officers?
So just by engaging while you are armed is the threat, according to the law. if you engage, you don't even have just arguing and stuff. Then if it raises to the level that they feel, they, again, being in the middle of the street, they have the legal justification to use the open hand push to get you out of the public ways. I think I quoted that from Cox v. Louisiana, 1965. It shows that is, it was he engaged initiated the situation. So once it's there, then it's not a matter of do you and I think that he could have done this or that or the other. Because of all of the unknowns, we give authority to cops, ICE, CBP, whatever it is, to make those decisions in that moment, specifically because we look after the fact with all the different angles, frame by frame, and we think that, well, you could have done this, could have done that, could have done that. But that's not how they think in the moment, so that's not how the law is determined. You're muted.
I got to do it at least once. Thank you for that. And Def Not, did you have anything for his answer there?
I think, I've already covered everything I possibly could.
Okay, no problem. And then my next question for you, Lutch, is how would you how do you reconcile the principle of proportionality when it comes to like the use of force standards with the given that he was restrained and then the multiple shots after he was laying there?
Yeah. So what I got what was the first part of the question? What's the what?
Oh, sorry. So how do you reconcile the principle of proportionality when it comes to like the use of force standards with all because of the given the multiple shots? This is like a big thing that's asked of the affirmative side.
If I understand your question right, like the proportionality is based on the possibility of lethality or serious bodily harm. And so again, by engaging with law enforcement and resisting arrest while you are armed, then it's not about, okay, well, is this a threat or is this not a threat that we're going to determine in this moment? Because it is a potential threat, and there the necessary criteria has been reached. Then again, whether we want to say that should have happened, that shouldn't have happened, according to the law, that is how it is determined. Is that the question you asked?
Yeah, basically, yeah. I was just basically asking what's the reconciliation when it comes to because Def Not had mentioned where there's multiple men on top of one, and then multiple shots is what is the results after, where even after he's laying there not moving, there's still, I think, if I'm correct, it says there's 5 shots after he's still laying. So I'm wondering if how do we reconcile the proportionality to the threat?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a clear thing. And here, but obviously, I would love if we lived in a world where these things could be much more clean in terms of this is clearly justified, this is clearly not justified. But the reason that these laws are worded and applied this way is because there's such a huge level of variability in what can happen that even if there are bad shoots that might be still justified, that has to be the lesser evil of just letting people, get away with, the exact thing that I had, the exact hypothetical that I gave. Whether it's as direct as somebody's already pointing a gun at you and then throws that to make you think that they don't have anything, then they reach in and whatever. They can have ninja stars and fucking whatever. I understand that this situation isn't as clear cut as this, but that is the gray area that we give the authority to these people, and that's why I don't like that. I don't like that. That's why I'm way more on the side of law and order than I am back the blue or I don't really like cops. I don't really like individual law enforcement officials. I had some bad experiences, but they again are a necessary evil because we need that law and order, and it's not always going to be clean, which is precisely why you shouldn't bring a gun to a protest where you plan on engaging with law enforcement.
All right.
Not because it's bad to have a gun, in case anybody was besides Defnot was confused.
All right. And did you have anything for that, Defnot?
Yeah, I mean, this whole like, oh, he had a gun on him. Like, you say, oh, not that it's bad to have a gun, but everything else you're saying seems to point that like having the gun is somehow like, oh no, you can't do this, you can't do that. Just having the gun on you, as long as you're not reaching for it, as long as you're not using it or actually like pointing it at somebody, that is not like using the gun. It's not like, oh, like he's armed, he's gonna do something. In order for the person who has to have doesn't have in order for the person who has a gun on him, in order for that person to be killed, they have to be using the gun. If that person isn't using the gun, you can't be shooting them. That's not acceptable.
According to like you and I would agree.
Yeah,
I don't think this
the
should
law.
happen. Even now, you're gonna get in front of me. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying yes, I agree with that sentiment. Unfortunately, that is not how the law is dictated.
It is, but sure. I mean, we can just be like, oh, yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Like, we can do that all day.
All right. So then I'll move to my questions for you, Defnot. First one is, given that, Pretti was legally carrying a firearm and had a permit, and then witness video is suggesting that he wasn't pulling the gun at the time he was shot. How would you say that reasonable fear for life, like what we've been talking about, how should that be interpreted by federal law so that this action is prevented in the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the laws that we already have define that the officers have to be like, there has to be an immediate direct threat. If they're like, oh, maybe he's like hiding a gun somewhere, or maybe he might like pull something out, but there is no action. There's no like, oh, he's going for something. Oh, he's got something. He's pointing it at us. If none of that is happening, that is already not acceptable. So I think we just have to enforce the laws we already have, and prosecute in cases where like ICE is not perfect. Sometimes they mess up. But this was one of those cases, and we can just accept that and move on and let them do the rest of their job. But if we try to keep like defending this indefensible action, we're gonna lose way more than that.
Did you have something for that, Lutz?
Yeah. So do you believe that there could be a situation, we'll even keep it to where law enforcement is grieving upon a citizen, which is rather they're doing something that the citizen feels is negative, that what the officer doing to the citizen is both legal and also something that most people probably wouldn't like? Can anything like that exist in both of those categories, or are they mutually exclusive?
I don't understand what the question is. That was like a lot of ifs. And
is there a situation where an officer can do something that's bad but legal?
Yeah, of course.
All right.
This is not one of those cases.
That's what happened here.
Oh, okay. And so my second question then for you, Defnot, is if officers like are allowed to rely on like a perceived threat, even when like later evidence would suggest that the person was not actually actively endangering anyone at all. What's like the limiting principle that protects a civilian from being shot based on a mistake? Like rather than an actual imminent threat. So, like, what would be the limiting principle that would protect the civilians?
Yeah, well, again, it has to be something that is a direct imminent threat to their like person or body, their life, something. It can't just be like guesses. And again, that's already something that's in the law. It has to be like they can't be like, oh well, maybe he's going to do something. It has to be something that there is again, a reasonable officer would conclude. If a reasonable officer was put in that situation, they would be like, yes, this is something that is a reasonable threat and it's an imminent threat and there's no other way to contain this person. We have to take this like unfortunate action. And that does happen. That happens all the time. But this is not one of those times.
All right. And did you have something for that, Lodge?
No, I mean, I agree wholeheartedly with the sentiment. I just disagree that this was not one of those cases. I think it was a bad thing. I wish it didn't happen, but that doesn't mean that it's illegal.
All right. All right, so we'll start up the official 30-minute Q&A here. First one comes in from Box for $5. Says, two agents involved in this shooting, by the way, each have their own story. We have not heard them yet. Pretti's video, body cam, and testimony still missing.
Yeah, and in this case, it's like, well, of course, there's a lot of things we don't know yet, but I took this debate as like, with what we have available, like with all the information that we have available to us right now, what do we see happening here?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And Box comes in with another $5. Thank you, Box. Question, should this be investigated by an impartial body? Why is there no due process? Does the fact that Trump can just pardon them play a role in this?
Is that I guess I can speak to it. So I think
anyone can answer. You can both answer. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there is I forgot that I think it was the FBI that is starting to investigate this now. So it's not just going to be like them investigating themselves, which I think is wonderful. So it seems like maybe there will be some due process as long as people keep, I guess, speaking up about it. Because if when they first, one of the things that at first threw me off about this case specifically, and what started giving me like hints maybe there's something wrong here, is when they came out and started lying about what was happening. Like they were like, oh, he came out, he was like pointing a gun at the officers, and he was like attacking them, and like the office, like they were painting this picture like, oh, he came there to do maximum damage when he was like standing there filming. So when what the officials were saying didn't match at all what we were seeing, I was like, hang on, like this is clearly lying. So why are they lying? So if they have reason to lie, that's another, like, it's not everything, but it's like a little hint in the direction that like maybe there's something to look at here. And when we look at it, it doesn't seem like there's justification so far, at least. I don't know about the Trump thing, but if the state like if the state persecutes them, I think that he can't like pardon a state situation. Right. I'm not too familiar with that.
I think you're right about that, but I agree. Definitely should be investigated by an impartial body. There will be due process, I assume. Does the fact that Trump pardoned them again, like Defnot said, it depends on if that is a thing. I think this was a state thing. Well, actually, yeah. So I don't know if that matters, but I would hope that Trump wouldn't just do it for like tribalistic reasons. If there, if we have a trial. And it's not a fair trial, then then we can talk about that. But other than that, we should trust in our institutions.
All right. Next one from Box again. Thank you, Box. You get maced, no wiggling allowed.
Exactly.
Thank you for that, Box. And then another one from Box says, why did he grab that woman, Mace Payne?
Yeah, that's the biggest question that I have about the whole thing. I do think that he pushed the woman because it's likely that she had a whistle right in his ear. I don't know the legality. Like, obviously, blowing a whistle in and of itself is free speech, but I mean, like, reductio absurdum, like if you're blowing a whistle so hard that someone's ears start bleeding, is that still free speech? So I'm speculating, of course, but I think it's the whistle was in the air, and he's like, "Get that shit away from me." But I do not know. I'm not claiming to know. Just speculating.
All right. Next one that comes in from King Blackout for $5 says, I guarantee you will not find a single instance where the law asks if something is necessary.
I'll review this debate probably afterwards, and where I can pull up all the specific laws and everything. But maybe look out for that later. I'm not doing that right now. I already looked one up, but that one's not good enough. Sorry. Like,
so can we acknowledge though that there's a difference between saying here are the necessary properties that must be met in order for this law to be relevant versus in order for this law to be relevant, this is the only option. Those are two different ideas, correct?
For what?
Just because
it has to be both necessary and there has to be no other option. It has to be a combination of things.
Okay, great. So then what I am asking, so we have two situations. Situation one, where we're saying this is necessary. You with me? This is necessary. That's situation one. Situation two is if this is going to happen, here are the necessary criteria. Do you understand the difference between those two statements?
What necessary criteria for what to happen? I don't understand what you're saying.
The thing that whatever thing that we're talking about. In this case, it's a shooting. But do you understand the difference between it? It must be the only possible outcome, and it is necessary that you meet X, Y, and Z criteria.
Yeah, sure, obviously that's different things. I don't understand where you're getting at with
that. And so I'm getting at, you brought up something that had the word necessary, and we're saying here are the necessary conditions, while conflating that with
that's not what I said. I said it must be necessary.
Right, and that's not what the law says.
Okay, well, we'll review this later.
Exactly as King Blackout is saying.
All right. Next one is oh look, I gifted 5 memberships. $5 again from Box on Fire. We don't know if it is justified. That is why we have court.
Well, yeah, of course, but this is like with the information that like we as the public know, like this is like us judging it according to the rules that like they would judge. So like of course,
like Graham B. Connor.
This is like as far as we can possibly take it, and like where we're at right now. Like obviously we're not in the courtroom.
Box. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I'm done.
Yeah, and so Box, I mean, you will admit that you sent in a video for us to watch before this with Nate the lawyer. And what was the first thing he said? If you talk to anybody, I don't remember the exact words, but if you talk to anybody about this and they don't know about Graham v. Connor, and I kept saying Hancock, if you don't know that, then they don't know what they're talking about. That's Nate the lawyer. That's Nate the lawyer saying that. That's not me.
Okay, like
I just learned about it today.
Saying a lot of different things, and like, sorry, I don't memorize like names of things like that. I just like it's not my thing. Sorry.
Fair enough.
I'm more about like concepts than like actual names of things.
Clearly.
Maybe that's the takeaway for me to improve on.
Fair enough.
Fair. Blakethy coming in with a big 20 says, is it justified versus should it be justified? When citizens are being unalived, it's time to reassess at the minimum.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's what did I do? Sorry. I think that is exactly the conversation that I was trying to have, and I feel like that's the two things that was being conflated. That because I'm saying it was justified, that I was also saying that it should be justified, and that's not ever the argument that I made. And I feel like that was what was being argued against. That I was saying it should be justified. And that was never what I said. Again, I started off with this is bad. I specifically said it could have been handled better, but that is not why the conversation that we're having.
All right. Next one comes in from Box again. I feel like we have lost the plot here.
We?
Yeah, well, Box says all of us. We all did. All 60 of us in here. We all lost the plot. Bucks with another 5 says, I have never seen the right and the left flip on 2A so hard in my life. I will never forget.
Honey, you did what she did. You did what she did. Did I say, oh, he had a gun, therefore he should die? Nope. I said it's the 2 things. What was the other part of it? Not just having the gun, aggressively engaging with federal law enforcement while you have that gun.
He looked like he was complying as much as a person can comply while being like blinded and slipping around on ice. So
Okay, and I guess
I don't know what video you saw.
being blind, maybe it's not a good idea to blind yourself by fighting with cops.
Okay, we saw different things.
All right. Blasterbot comes in with $5. I can't believe that you aren't allowed to obstruct law enforcement and fight the cops. This is literally the return of Mustache Man, guys.
Dun, dun, dun.
Haha.
Oh yeah, we didn't even get into the fact that he wasn't actually. Sorry.
No, you can speak. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I'm reading your chat. We didn't even get into the fact that he wasn't actually legally carrying, but doesn't really change anything.
Oh, I thought he was.
He didn't
Maybe
have his
read
ID
wrong,
or
then.
his permit on him.
I might have read wrong.
Yeah,
I
according to
thought
Minnesota
I-
law, you have to have both when they're on you.
Oh, yeah, he had to have it on
Right,
him.
it-
So because he didn't
right.
have it on him, that's right. Yeah.
Right. And so,
Okay.
Box was saying something before along the lines of like, that's essentially like if you get pulled over while you're driving and you don't have,
Your
current
license,
insurance.
yeah.
Something
Or
like
if
that.
you don't even have your license on you, you could get a ticket for that too. Yeah.
Right. But
Well,
he
it's
was
not like
saying
they
then,
asked
you
him
just
to
go to court
produce
and
it.
say, you just go to court and say,
True,
I didn't have it on me. Here it is.
Yeah,
And usually
they'll just let you off, you know.
But if you're Renee Gooding someone, then the fact that you didn't have insurance is not going to discount, what you actually did. So it's
All
not
right.
anti-2A.
All right. We got another $2 from Box. What a legend tonight, holding down the chat out there. All right. Objectively, it was 7 versus 1. Fear of harm or death.
What do they usually call firearms? The great equalizer. So like,
If you use them.
right?
All right.
gotta
$10 from Blasterbot says, guys, listen, in Harry Potter, you had to fight the evil masked guys, so this is literally the same thing. And if you disagree, the Mustache Man will rise again. All right,
Wingardium
Blasterbot. Don't play Harry Potter, guys. All right, that's the moral of the story here. Guam Tech for $5 says, for Death Knot, how long has Morty been off screen? Wait,
Ooh, fucking baller! Oh my
if
goodness!
she can't answer, how does she expect the officer to know Pretti was disarmed in the craziest situation? Oh, okay, I get it. So Morty is Indian Jesus's dog. So how long has Morty been off screen? And if she can't answer, how does she expect the officer to know Pretti was disarmed in a craziest situation?
The fact that anybody thinks that this is like a gotcha is hilarious to me. If I was
Okay, so how long was
intending,
that screen?
Shut the
You
fuck up
were
for
you
one
not
second.
looking at the
If
screen?
I was intending to actually like shoot through my screen into his living room, I would know.
Not the
but I
principle.
wasn't trying to do that.
Not the
so-
principle that we're talking about.
Sorry.
Well, read what he's saying. Read what he's saying.
Fuck outta here.
Can you steel man what his question is getting at?
Yeah, he's trying to say that like if somehow like I can't see something over there, then like in a crazy situation, how can we possibly expect an officer to know like where to look or whatever, or what he's looking at, or what he
Okay,
has and
so you-
hasn't
so-
seen?
And you
Completely
think that's
different
not
thing.
a gotcha? That you can't even pay attention to my adorable fucking dog Yeah,
I'm
the
not
guy
trying to
in the
shoot your
situation
adorable
where
fucking
there's
dog.
whistles and horns and all of that. He can pay attention.
If I was trying to
Flaming
shoot the dog, I
bomb,
would know. I
brilliant.
would know if your dog was armed or not. Okay.
But you saw it. You saw it. Your standard was I saw on the video that it was there, so he was there, so he must have seen it. So the principle should follow
I
that
already
you were here.
explained
I
the
saw
logical
that
situation
you were
there. I'm not
looking
doing
at the
it again.
screen while he was off, and you must know.
I already did
must
the conundrum
know.
like 10 times over and over again. Like you gotta like stop walking into that one.
All right.
Okay.
Another $10 comes in from Blaster Bot. Says, "Listen, guys, Orange Man is literally like Thanos, and Ice is like his Infinity Gauntlet, and the deportations are his snap. We need to fight against Thanos, guys. Otherwise, you support Thanos." True. I guess that makes sense. It's all logically follows.
He had the wrong solution, but he wasn't wrong about the problem.
Makes sense. $2 comes in from Box. Thank you again, Box. The law is 12 normal people from everyday life.
Facts.
Oh, Jerry.
I'll be interested to know how this one goes.
Me too.
There's very obviously like bias on both sides of this one, so
Yeah, definitely gonna be a heavy one, I think. We got Smirking Tyrant, aka Ren, became a member. Thank you so much, Ren. Absolutely amazing. Thank you for your support. And then last super chat here, $2 from Box. I've never seen the left defend guns like this before.
Me neither. I thought they were all scary and dangerous. We need to take them away from everybody.
To be fair, I've definitely seen people on the left defend guns. I'm pretty sure we would all consider Destiny left, and that guy's he loves talking.
But he's a leftist,
guns.
so I think when Box says the left, that's more a
I got you. A collective.
yeah, like the default libs, the like the mainstream media, the politicians themselves, the people who aren't really paying attention are like, oh yeah, I don't hate gay people, so obviously I'm not a Republican.
for this point, I agree that like I have also never seen the left defend guns like this before, and I think that we should take this up as a great opportunity to invite them to permanently be in the 2A camp, rather than fighting with them on this point. So I think that like unfortunately a guy died, like that's terrible, but it is an opportunity to have them like be more on the side of 2A.
Shit.
I'll agree with that.
That's some strategic political thinking right there. Watch out. Def Not might be running soon, putting in some plans already. Def Not's going to start running for office. Watch out, guys. All right, so that is it for Super Chats. Let me look at the Q&A and see what people put over in here. Questions. Even Lord says, a question for both debaters. If a close family member was brutally killed and the local news station used an AI-enhanced picture of that family member, would it be insulting to you? All hypothetical. Oh, I guess this is giving the situation of what happened with Pretti there with the, giving him some muscles, and I guess they chiseled his jaw a little bit or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it was super cringe.
Made his nose smaller. I wonder why. Yeah, that is disrespectful. It's like, I mean, I'm parroting Joe Rogan here, but he was like, "Oh, did you see what they did? I think it was CNN. They did the opposite of what they did to me during COVID. They turned me green or yellow or whatever. And for this guy, they made him more handsome. So it's like, are ugly people not as important to liberals?"
Yeah, same exact thought that I had. Like the Joe Rogan thing came to mind immediately. The when they were like turning him green because of the
right
thing. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, they've been caught a few times doing that kind of stuff, huh?
Shady.
They gotta fix their editors over there, I think.
Yeah.
John Castle says, why did someone with firearms training get involved at all? It's crazy to be armed and get involved.
I don't know. I've never shot a gun, so I would very much like to, but I don't have that kind of training, and still I can understand the obvious point that you shouldn't do that.
I feel like you should
Which
be
is
able
not
to be
saying you shouldn't have a
armed basically almost everywhere, especially in public and for self-defense reasons.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
Shit, okay.
But what was the other part of that, though? Again, it's not the question isn't about having the gun. The question is about the two parts having the gun while you are doing the other thing.
what
Okay.
filming?
You keep coming
I
back
think
to
she
just
answered
having the
that.
gun.
I think that's what she was meaning. I think she said she meant.
And
I mean,
sure,
maybe
like
I'm wrong.
no, I agree that like sure, if you are going to like bring a weapon to some sort of fight, that's one thing, but it still doesn't meet the criteria of the justified killing situation. Like sure, they can like reasonably try to like disarm him if they're in some kind of situation, but it doesn't mean that like just having a gun on him means that he's okay to kill. Like
Correct.
no matter what he's
Agreed.
doing.
Correct. Agreed.
All right. Next one comes in from Sleepy Man Bad. To Lutch, are you suggesting anytime someone is seen with a weapon, law enforcement should assume more weapons could be hidden and take appropriate lethal action?
Nope. I'm suggesting that if somebody's going to attack police, then the potential that they may have more weapons should be taken into account.
Again, he didn't attack police here, but okay.
Okay. All right. All right. Another one comes in from Sleepy Man Bad, says, also for Lutch, do you think the last 5 shots, even after Alex was laying there unalive and unarmed, were justified?
I genuinely, I don't know how they would use the Graham v. Connor standard there. So I know, like with the Renee Good situation, they treat, from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm certainly not a lawyer. They are treating the 3 or 4 shots, whatever it was, as one action because of the time. And so there is precedent for understanding, like, yes, there were different shots, but it all happened in one moment of thought. I don't know the right terminology, but so I don't exactly know how they will apply that. But yeah, it makes sense that within such a short period of time that you wouldn't be able to determine, oh, I don't need to shoot here. You heard that there was a gun, you heard a gunshot. Boom! Are they trying to go home to their family?
All righty. Next one comes in from Section 230. How much?
I already know.
How much of a super chat for her to never do a face reveal? I've seen enough leftists to last a lifetime.
That's mean, Section.
I'm not a leftist, but okay.
You gotta charge them lots. Make sure you
I don't
charge
want like
lots for that.
yeah, like 10K is a lot for me. Like that's a really like that's a very big goal. So don't worry, you probably won't
There you
see
go.
it. But I'm not a leftist, so
Get some big dollars. Sleepy Man Bad. Another one for Lutch says, one of the purposes of 2A is to protect against a tyrannical government. Why would it be wrong to have a weapon at a protest, even if the protest is against the government and law enforcement?
It's not. It's the attacking part. Again, 2 parts. Not having the gun while you are fighting with cops or resisting arrest.
Okay. All right. Next one. What do we got here? The Vigilante TV says, if you saw proof that Alex's P320 went off on its own after he was disarmed, like it's known for doing, would you change your position of the shooting being unjustified? So I guess that's for Def Not.
I think in that situation you would be shooting at where the firing is coming from. So like if a gun goes off behind you, you don't start shooting at what's like lying down in front of you. So that would be crazy.
All right.
No comment.
Oh, wait. You want to say
No, I just said no
something?
comment. No comment.
Oh, okay. And I think that is it for the questions as well. We only got 6 minutes left, anyways. That's not bad there. So we can go ahead and wrap up the Q&A. Let me just make sure that was it. And I didn't have something I missed. Let me make sure. Didn't have any PayPals or super or Cash Apps.
That's what your chat is saying about me.
Okay, no, nothing. So that right there will conclude the Q&A for tonight. Again, thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, and the support. Of course, this is what helps me keep bringing you these debates, and obviously the entire Swords of Reason experience. Week after week. I appreciate every single one of you for helping me with that. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of all of us. Before we move on real quick, let me check. Are either of you planning to hang out for the open panel?
Yeah, I'm John. That's what you asked, right? Sorry. So are we staying for the open panel?
Yeah, that's what I asked. Yeah,
I'll be here for a while.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a little break, but I might come back on for like a little bit.
Okay, yeah, no problem. If you want to hop off and hop back in, you're more than welcome. Yeah,
cool.
All right, so what's happening next? We're gonna roll the debate outro song and video. It'll run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time, everyone, to hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs. Do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During that outro, I'll drop the link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just come ready to question, debate. And if you're coming to try and troll, bring personal dramas, disperg over everyone, you're gonna be muted and most likely booted. So while you're ahead with that idea, just quit. And before we run the outro, one last reminder: make sure you subscribe to both debaters. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit the subscribe on the Speakeasy channel as well, so you don't miss any upcoming Swords of Reason battles. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I will see you all in a few minutes.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpened fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. We clash our swords of reason in the storm of thought collision, forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason.
Course, hit the goal early on.
And we're back.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. Appreciate
Welcome,
you. Take
welcome.
it from the money you were gonna send
What an
me.
interesting name.
Take it from the money. Poor girl, man. I would send her money if I could. Hey, what up, go?
Oh, sorry. I was trying to turn you up and I hit the mute. My bad.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you
You're
sound like
very,
you might be
very
on a
low.
different mic.
Let me see.
Make sure you have the right mic selected, or is your mic just too far from you?
You might be going through your headset.
See, this is why I don't fuck with OBS. Stream over the world.
Bro, shut the fuck up. You embarrassed yourself,
there
you
it
fucking
is.
loser. You embarrassed yourself. You call yourself a Jesus. You're definitely Indian, that's for sure. I can smell you from here. Fucking disgusting, man. What a
And he already starts with the insults. Not
argument?
even
I've
trying
never
to talk
heard
about
that
any-
before.
What was your argument? What was your argument, Jesus? Jesus,
The
what was your
law?
argument? That you are
The
God?
law, the
That
law,
you said so?
the
You
law,
said so?
the
Your literal
law,
argument is you said
the
so.
law.
All right, Menard.
The law?
Tone it down a little bit and
Yeah, the
engage
law.
with what you're trying to say here.
All right, man.
You
We
familiar with
you said
Granby
the
Hancock?
I mean,
One
Do
law.
it again. Granby Connor.
According to the U.S. Department of Justice, use of deadly force policy and manual, it says you cannot use deadly force unless there's a reasonable justification of imminent danger of threat of the officer or others. Where's the imminent danger of the threat of the officer?
Guy with the
There's a
gun
shot
fighting the
went
cops.
off.
What the fuck are you
a
talking about?
guy, a
The
shot
guy with the
went
gun
off,
fighting the cops.
and a shot went off.
Tomahawk, you're a liar. There's zero evidence from any clips I've seen that there are any shots.
So there
from the
wasn't a
scene.
gunshot
Can you
that
take it down?
happened.
Can you take it
At
down?
the
Like,
time,
Yeah,
at the time of the
shooting,
of
you're
the
a liar.
fucking-
Show me the evidence there was an accidental shooting.
the
Where's
scene,
that?
the scuffle.
Hey, you
in the
gotta,
scuffle.
Menard. You gotta let him answer. Let him answer.
That's
So
not
within
just-
that whole scuffle where you had
Menard,
several guys.
Menard. Let him answer.
Go ahead.
So within that entire scuffle, you had about
I'm gonna
You
put
gotta
you.
let him answer. That means
the
you gotta
great-
stop talking while you let him
You're
answer.
not coming back up.
so
Somebody's a
in
left.
the scuffle.
You're the one that was spreading all debate, yelling at the girl. Poor girl. I like her burqa.
Holy Menard, relax.
Within the scuffle,
Man,
of
speaking,
about
she spent her $5. She gave you. What? What? Are you fucking kidding me? Hey, send it. Send in send them
oh, that's more than the
my
heavy of that.
That's your argument.
Menard in a nutshell. In a nutshell, yeah.
You're just gonna suck money out of the fucking community? How about you send them dollars? Definitely not true. Did not make a single dollar. She's gonna quit.
Dude, he's just acting like a Somali.
Alright,
She's
I'll
just one of
engage
your
with this
people.
if
I don't
you
know what you're
stop
talking about,
working
bro.
out.
Eating speakeasy.
He's just
I'll
one of your
engage with
people.
this
What are
if
you
you
so
stop
mad
Send her a
about?
dollar. Send her a dollar in front of us. Send speakeasy. Send her a dollar. It's your only job to take community money and not give back to anyone. Speak easy. Speak easy. You fucking bitch.
I can't do
Send
this.
her a dollar. Send her a dollar. You fucking bitch.
Burning my head. Are we keeping him or should I dip?
Can you let me answer you, bro?
Give you 4 hours for time. Are you gonna send her a dollar?
Let me answer you, bro.
She made $0. You made 100 off of her. Are you gonna send her a dollar?
I made 100 off of who?
It says $97 you made today. Who? It's not from you. You didn't fucking open your mouth today. They were debating for you. So we're gonna send them $1.
Dude.
You're just gonna keep sucking the value from the community and give nothing back. Go ahead, explain.
I give nothing back.
Jesus.
I give nothing back.
I didn't say anything, you fucking loser.
Did you give
His
definitely?
name is definitely didn't lose
I don't
the
give-
debate.
I don't-
so
I don't
think
give
he's
anything
just
else.
saying something of that
Hey.
nature, man.
Speakeasy, thank you for hosting this. I had a really good time.
You're
It really-
relax.
It was really necessary for me to do the
I'm
research.
not relaxing. I'm not. I'm done with you.
Shut the
discussing
fuck up.
my
Shut the fuck up
nothing.
when I'm talking. Who the fuck do you think you are, bitch?
Conversation.
Minar,
Disgusting Indian
Noor.
speak over her, and then
Your
you.
name is Minar. Where the fuck are you from?
Minar, we can't
Not a biblical
engage with anything you're saying. It's just yelling, dude, and not letting anybody talk. Let people talk.
Dude.
He goes off
He
again.
literally-
I can't. do it.
Bro.
Why can you not send definitely not whatever $1? What's wrong with you? Did you not make money
For
today?
what?
Why can't you?
For what?
I've sent her money. Go look at her channel. She has
you.
Manar
We're
clips. She
not
has
you.
my
We don't have
actual
to do- we
people
don't have to
donating
do
to
what
her.
you
Did you
do.
send her $1 today?
Did you send me money, motherfucker?
Shut up! You're fucking
Why
disgusting.
did you send me money? Send me money,
Did you
motherfucker.
send? Did you
How
send
dare you?
different-
How dare you get up on a panel and not spend money on the people? What are you?
You're disgusting, Speakeasy. You're disgusting.
Why?
What you do is disgusting. You're a disgusting pig. Because you cannot make $1 off of without them, and you can't give back to any of them. You fucking disgusting pig, except the ones that you choose.
Oh, yeah, Minar.
You're disgusting.
Hey, guess what?
Minar,
Minar,
Minar.
I
Fuck
made
you.
more
Yeah,
than-
I'm right. You
So-
fucking bitch. When
so
was I wrong ever?
we're-
You fucking bitch.
So we're
Hey,
establishing
Speakeasy, how many dollars did you donate to me?
Actually lose the debate.
Now he's gonna bring up some random person he likes that he
Minar, can you
donated
shut
to.
up and fucking let me answer you. How much out of the $500 that I pay every month for my StreamYard do you pay?
He's in my chat talking about.
Fuck you. You're a fucking bitch. You're a fucking bitch.
Out of
Do you not think I'm spending money? Do you not think I spend money sitting in your channel for 5 hours? Yesterday I gave you 5 hours of my time. How much money did I fucking spend to do that?
Out of the $500
yourself.
I pay every month
Fuck
for
yourself.
the StreamYard,
No.
so I can have all the extra
Yesterday I
little
made you
fucking
$300
stuff
bucks.
going
Yesterday
on.
I made you $300 off of one of my
Stop
streams.
bitching
bro.
about
I showed
it.
up one day and you made $300. How much? Do you believe that I helped you in that at
How
all?
much I
Or you
made on
believe
my
you made?
own one time, Minar, this is gonna
You believe
ruin
you
your
made it because you
skills.
look cute or something?
One night on my own,
Fuck off,
just
man.
talking to the chat
Fuck
on
off.
my own, I made $10,000.
When? I haven't seen you do a single night on your own. I've never seen you to make money off of a single night.
Worth
Are you
it.
Never in my life.
Worth
Money off
it.
a
That
single
was
night
so
on your
good.
own.
That was such a great
Oh,
day.
Bullshit. And
Anyway.
how does this not prove that you're a lying bitch that's stealing the community's money and not giving back?
Hey,
Because your argument is that I want to keep the money because it's my money. That's your own argument.
So people
Speakeasy.
donate.
That's how you
so people
retaliate to
donated
me.
to him for
That's
him
how
to
you're
donate to
destroying
other places. What are you talking
My
about?
money. That's how you're destroying me. So you are not giving back to the community. So you're right.
So-
You're not giving back.
So
So I
I
was
want
right.
to
I mean-
say
Well, he's
right. I
giving
want to
back.
say
He's
right
giving
now
you
I've
that
already
Fuck you,
given-
you
I've
fucking
already-
bitches.
In verbal
With your 3
combat, I've
fucking
given
meters.
over $12,000 out in prize money. What is that? Not
Send
giving
her
back?
$2. Showcase that you're
Is that
hey.
not giving back? or-
Showcase you're honest. Send her
Is that
$2.
not giving
Showcase
back
you're
or
honest.
what?
Send her $2. Showcase you're
Red
honest. Send her
Rush,
$2.
established.
She
Red
gave you
Rush
4 hours to
is
talk to her.
$1,000.
Disgusting, smelly Indian. You can't give her.
Minar, this yelling over me shit. Listen, I don't like to have to mute people, but I don't. You're not gonna take advantage of that fact, all right? It's just way too loud, right? So just relax a minute, all right, and explain to me that the fact we've given over $12,000 in prize money, not including the memberships we buy, not including all the other extra shit, not including giveaways we've done, just that. The $12,000 in verbal combat money that we've given out. What is that? Is that not giving back to the community?
I just
No, that's not giving back to the community because you're doing this as a prize. They win it fair and square. That was a winning.
You know,
They
there
have to
was
go-
never a
They have
prize.
to go and win that debate. They have to get passed in. They have to get voted in. It's impossible for them to make that money. It's not giving back. That's a competition.
It's all good.
that, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's not him giving back. Don't act like this is not him giving back. This is him giving only to the winners of the contest. That's not giving back.
all at the same time is
back
too
to the
much.
debaters who put in their
Rev,
time.
let me ask him now. So
Why can't you send her $2 right now?
You
You just made
understand-
$150.
Hey, it's all good. It's all good.
Hey, that's definitely nobody's talking to you. Shut the fuck up, definitely. Okay, shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to you, definitely. Shut the fuck up, definitely. Don't talk.
Okay, Menard, listen.
I'm good.
Listen, I'm gonna just put you in the back when I want to talk because clearly you can't handle yourself. So just to be clear, right?
Woman.
There was never when I first made verbal combat, there was never a prize money. I decided to do that. Right? People came and still did verbal combat without prize money. I decided to add a prize to it. So again, tell me how it's not giving back to the community.
It is.
What are you talking about? Who ever saw $1 from Speakeasy? Raise your hand. Who here saw $1 from Speakeasy?
I saw
I've seen a lot of money
$1,000.
from him, man.
Who here saw $1 from Speakeasy? Only one person here raised his hand. Not a single
Rev
person
just
here
said
raised his hand.
Rev just
Rev's
if you
raised
stop
his hand
talking
with verbal.
for a minute,
Stop
Rev
talking
just
for a
said
minute.
he got $1,000.
For what? What did you do, Rev? Because
I
he's
won
nice to
verbal
you?
combat.
Oh, he won a verbal combat, so it's fair and square. Did you give anybody else that didn't win any money that day?
Yes, we gave out memberships that day. Yeah.
Man, you're a loser. When do you give money? I haven't seen you give a single dollar ever. When
Membership
is
is
that
money.
connected this week? To a
Memberships
single
had
dollar.
to be paid.
How much do you
Oh,
pay to
you're a
work?
had
fucking
to
liar.
occur
You pay to
for
work.
memberships
Let me
to-
finish. Shut the
for
fuck up. Why is
memberships to
100
happen.
people talking? Why is 100 people
making-
talking and you don't
You're
mute
the
them?
only
I
one
get muted.
talking. You're literally you're 99
So speak
people right
easy.
now.
You concede. You're a disgusting human being that sucks the
100
money out
people
of
are
the
talking, you're
debaters.
99 of them.
Did not give a single one of the debaters today any money. You did not give
Okay,
any
yes,
money
I'm a
yesterday. You didn't give a
grifter.
single. Go fuck yourself. Fuck your mother. Fuck your wife.
Go.
Fuck you and your fucking bitch daughter. Go fuck yourself, you fucking piece of shit. And you Indian Jesus, you fucking bitch.
And your prophet's a pedophile. Have a good night.
Broke people
Oh, he's
are
not just a
angry.
pedophile. He's also
Yeah.
a super
Go
gay.
pray to the pedophile. Go pray to the
Hold on.
pedophile Muhammad.
I
Go-
don't
go-
know
Go
what
pray to
we're
your
yelling
pedophile,
about.
bro. Go do that.
Manure, I hope you guys
Manure is a
understand
good
that-
name.
I hope you guys
Let's talk about
understand
me.
that
Come on.
Manure just came off of 3 hours of getting his ass kicked in a previous debate. That's why he came in with the name. Definitely didn't lose the debate because he's trying to. He's coping.
Oh, he's trying to get it in.
He's trying
Giving
to.
it up.
He
giving it
came
up
in
to that.
shouting so that none of us, especially me, who was there to watch him get fucking destroyed, to remind him that he got destroyed not only by Marte, and he had help, but he got destroyed by Marte, and then he gets destroyed by Avarice, and then he gets destroyed by Premonition Braced Grandma, by Based Grandma, in the most elite burying of his worldview with the Renee Good situation. It was so great. Anyway,
Sounds about right. Sounds about right. So anyway, now the adults are here.
so he asked the question before about the whole Alex Pretti situation, and I wanted to ask this too. But was Alex Pretti under control, even though there were 7 guys on him? Was he under control before that first shot went off?
Nope.
To say that was he under control? Definitely.
If he was under control, it would have only required one police officer to restrain him, because that's the norm. If you're under control, it only takes one police officer to tell you, put your hands behind your back. You comply,
Exactly.
hands behind your back. Your cuffs are escorted to the car by one police officer, not 6 or 7.
Exactly.
If you require 6 or 7 police officers to hold you down, well, there's a problem.
So how could you say that just being under arrest, definitely, this is towards you. How could you say that the guy Alex Pretti was under arrest and he was under arrest and they were fine for only getting just one guy if it took 7 guys, and throughout that entire
It's
time?
Lamar. Hide the camels. Hide the monkeys. Hide the chickens. It's coming after them all.
Hey, you gotta be careful showing that picture if Menard's still around. He'll get excited.
Oh, he's in the back. That's why I put that picture up.
Yeah,
You guys can continue the conversation. That was just, personally for him.
How could Alex Pretti be quote unquote arrested if it took 7 guys? If it took 7 guys and the guy was still moving around, was he under control for him to be properly arrested at that point?
Is that for
Yeah,
me?
that's for you.
Yeah,
Because
so we don't know that, like, all 7 were necessary just to hold him down. But the fact that he was like wiggling around doesn't mean that they didn't have him under control. Like
But
somebody
he's
can still
wiggling-
be like
if he-
wiggling a little bit, and it's obvious that some people can hold somebody down.
But
like,
but if he's wiggling a bit, that doesn't mean that he's really under control, is he? Because
no, it just means they're all like literally on ice.
so on ice.
Yeah,
wait,
there
wait,
was
wait,
ice
wait,
right
wait,
there. That's why
wait.
they felt. That's why everybody was like
so
slipping
ice
around,
Disney
makes
on
it-
ice.
everywhere.
So
I
ice
thought it
makes
was
it
on there.
impossible to have someone under control such that it doesn't require 7 people to be on this guy.
I'm not saying it was impossible. I'm saying however many that was minimum necessary, they had way more than that. We don't know what the
And if
minimum
he was
number
under control,
is,
it would only
but
take.
they had
if
way
he-
more.
If he was under control and not resisting, which is where I'm really going with this, it wouldn't take 7 people. But it took 7 people for
Just
him
because
to be.
they brought extra doesn't mean that like.
But they wouldn't
those
need
extra
to.
weren't.
They
What?
wouldn't need to bring extra if he was under control, which is the whole problem here.
It's not like okay. This is okay. We've watched different things because you're talking about like okay, there was one guy came up and then like he was like still resisting and then like 2 dudes came up and then they're like oh he's still like over there flopping around. Let's send more people. No, they like swarmed him all at once. So
I mean,
whatever the
if you're
minimum
gonna-
number of guys was to contain him, they brought extra. So
If-
we don't
if-
know
if
what
he's-
the minimum number is, but we know we brought extra. It doesn't necessarily mean that every single one of them was necessary.
Why?
Okay,
So
let's go with the hypothetical that it was just one police officer that approached him. He's armed. He's got his gun clearly in the small of his back, so it wasn't holstered.
and he still went and pushed this guy away. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you've got one police officer engaging this
thought
guy
it was
who's
holstered
resisting,
and, like,
what's the odds of
in-
them both drawing on each other or one drawing on the other just because both of them are armed?
Sorry, you're really quiet. Can you repeat?
Oh, sorry. When let's go with the hypothetical. It's just one police officer who engages him. He's still armed with a gun. What's the probability of him drawing that gun if he's already out there in a hostile situation, being hostile toward law enforcement and not obeying lawful orders?
Especially
What's the
putting his
odds of him
hand on-
obeying one police officer and not using his equalizer against that officer?
Yeah, so what
Because
we
to me, the
saw was
probability would
when the
increase
officer pushed him
one-on-one.
back, he kept like stepping back. I didn't see him like attacking officers in that
Hold on.
case. I saw him
Excuse
kind of
me.
like flopping around a little bit because he was blinded on ice.
Excuse me.
But I
you-
didn't
you
see
said
him
the words-
attacking them back. And this whole like, oh well, what if? At first, they didn't even like know he was armed until they took him down. But like, sure, if there was some hypothetical where there's an officer and then there's a person and he like has a gun on him, but the person isn't reaching for the gun and they're not holding the gun, then no, they can't. You can't shoot them.
He
That's not how that
said, "Hold
works.
on. You said at the very beginning that the officer pushed him back. So
Yeah, he walked
It
up
wa-
to him and then pushed him further back.
no. He pushed him back, and this was after Alex Pretti aggressed the officer first.
How did he aggress the officer?
Because the officer had to push him back.
He walked
Why
up
would-
to Pretti and then pushed him further back. I didn't see him aggressing upon the officer. You're gonna have to show me that.
Well, obviously the officer would need to respond if someone was coming in and aggressing on the officer while the officer was
Sure, but we have no
was-
evidence of Pretti aggressing on anybody. Neither did that woman that the officer pushed. There was no aggressing on the officers.
the
officer
evidence-
came
the
in
evidence-
towards these people and started shoving them. So
the
that's what I saw. I don't know what you
First
saw.
of all, the video showed that Alex Pretti was aggressing on the officer, and second, you
We
just
played
said
it many
that
times. I don't see what you saw.
He put his
Obviously,
hands on him.
the
Put his hand on
the
the
officer had to push. But if the officer had to push back, that means Alex Pretti was in a position that needed a response.
No,
And
it
if that
doesn't
was the
necessarily mean that.
I
As
don't
far as
know.
I understand, he was already known as like somebody who's going around very aggressively going at ICE officers. So he
Yeah,
was
he
like a
kicked
known
out of
entity.
So what? Was this
Exactly.
revenge killing? Then that's even worse.
It's not a revenge
No,
killing.
No,
but this
what
is
happened?
This is a
What
man-
happened? What
an
happened? There
armed
was
man.
something that was, kind of fucked up and tragic. He had a gun. It was probably,
We lost you.
and they might have thought he had it.
Never mind.
No,
You're
I
good.
disconnect.
You're good.
Yeah, you cut out a little bit there.
Well, man, it's a fucked up thing. He shouldn't have done what he did and put himself in that position. The gun that he had, I think they took it off of him. It may have misfired, and then that just triggered a big clusterfuck.
There's
Which
no-
Should he have been
Al
killed?
Grant.
Man, it's fucked up. It's not a great
Yeah.
situation. It's tragic, but it's what position that he put himself in.
If he did not put
police
himself in a
shootings
position
are
to
primarily justified under self-defense, right? That's the idea legally. So in this scenario, if you take this scenario in any other and put it in any other scenario, let's just say it's like a home situation, right? You have a guy who you know is erratic, and he shows up to your house and he has his gun out, and you think he might be meaning to do you harm. Where's the limit there? Like, I'm assuming you're for justified self-defense, right? This is for
Definitely.
question.
Yeah. You're muted.
I don't think she's talking. Maybe she can't hear me. I don't know.
Sorry, what?
I was making the case that police shootings are primarily justified under self-defense reasoning, right? So if you take this same scenario somewhere else, what is the limits in self-defense in your mind to secure safety for your family, let's say?
What do you mean by limits?
Well, let's say someone is at your house and you know they're have a history of being erratic and they have a gun drawn.
Yeah, shoot them.
Where's the limit? Where's the limit of defense?
If they have a
where's the
gun
thresholds?
drawn, then you shoot them.
Okay, so in a vacuum, in the scenario with the scuffle, he had a gun, according to
drawn.
the officers at the. Well, hold on, let me finish. As far as their perception of it, he had a gun. He did have a gun.
So
Now, whether it was drawn in whatever manner, threatening or whatnot, he did have a gun, and he was in a very contentious situation with police officers. So they acted with what they had at the time. So how would you? Where's the limits there for the police officers? Should the police officers in any other action or case where someone has a gun drawn, where is the limits where they should refrain and put themselves in danger and their teammates in danger in order to make sure that absolutely nothing like this happens
in
again?
the plane. Yeah, so I've already explained this, but they have to be either going for something, like they have to be reaching for the gun, or they have to have a gun drawn. They can't just be like, oh, they have a gun on their person and we get to shoot. That's not how that works. Even if there is like some kind of altercation, if they're not reaching for the gun, or if they're not pointing the gun, if they don't have it in their hand, you can't shoot them. That's just how it works. I'm sorry.
Okay, but it looks like in some of the evidence he did have the gun at one point in his hand, didn't he?
No, there
the
is no
scuffle?
evidence for that whatsoever.
And there's also claims where, as part of
I
that
saw a picture.
as part of,
Some pictures that I saw, he had the gun in his hand at one point.
He never had a gun in his hand ever.
Did you
I'm sorry,
see-
what you
did
saw
you
was
see-
probably
did you see-
photoshopped.
No. Did you see when he put his hands on the officer and engaged the officer and pushed him?
He didn't push the officer, so
Yes, he did.
yes,
no.
He put his
he
hands on
did.
the officer. Yeah.
Again,
I would encourage you. It
just saw
seems
that
like you actually haven't
indication.
looked at the evidence thoroughly yourself.
Yeah,
I'd
again,
encourage you to look
you
at
I
it.
have looked
mentioned
at it
that he-
backwards and forwards. We saw it together. I didn't see him push the officer. He had a phone in one hand when he was standing, and he was holding his other hand up like this. I saw no pushing.
He put his hands on the officer.
Otherwise, why did the officer had to push him back? That requires a response.
Why did the officer
to
push that woman? Like, just because an officer
the
pushes
the
somebody,
woman
it doesn't
was
necessarily mean that
interrupting.
they are a
Was
perfect
obstructing.
angel
The woman was
being,
interrupting.
and that they can do no wrong. Like, sometimes they shove people for no good
Well,
reason.
let's talk about because I'm a concealed carry person. Let's talk about concealed carry. When you go and get your license, if it's a state that doesn't have constitutional carry, you go through a class. And one thing that they emphasize there is under no means should you have your carry on you, let's say in a bar situation where you're drinking a lot, or if you are planning on any kind of altercation or engage in altercations, right? It's this
Especially with law
idea.
enforcement.
It goes back to the whole, trope of with great power comes great responsibility, right?
Okay, sure. None
So
of that
you
excuses
should
them
take
shooting
that
him.
into consideration. But isn't there some sort of
Wait,
isn't there something on
is
his
it
part?
legal to plan to go and engage in physical fighting?
obstruction.
Well, the idea is to not put yourself in, if you're going to be in a position like that, and
In
you're
a
going to
position
engage
where
in-
you may need defense, don't bring the defense.
No.
That's
If
it.
you're going to engage in, if you're going to engage in activities that puts you in the likelihood of engaging with some sort of physical, or if you're going to escalate it to that degree.
If you may
then you-
need, wait, if you're going to escalate is a different thing, right?
Right. Yeah.
And that's
The idea-
illegal.
the-
So planning
the
to
idea-
escalate is
I didn't
just
say
illegal.
I'm not talking about legality. I'm talking about training when it comes to carry, right? So it's the same idea as if you're going to a bar and you're drinking. You're putting yourself in a position that could
And
lead
you
to
may need the
unfavorable outcomes.
defense. If you're at a bar with a bunch of idiots, you probably need defense in case they try to jump you when you leave. No.
No,
He did
it's a
mention
situation
if you
of
were going to
you
drink.
don't want to put yourself in a situation where you're taught to de-escalate if you're going to carry. That's the idea.
Yeah, I understand de-escalating,
Yeah.
but why would you be told? That confuses me. Why would you be told don't bring your gun in places you may need it?
If you're gonna go to a bar and you're drinking and you're under the influence, you think like
So
that's
it's
a
more about
good
the drinking than it is-
situation.
Still may need defense under the influence.
You think that's well, I would say that can lead to life-changing scenarios that you don't want to necessarily inject yourself into. All right,
I think
that's
you're
the
trying,
point.
Mo, I think you're trying to mention the whole last resort thing. I believe is what you're trying to touch on, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like a last
Yeah.
resort thing. If it's you're supposed to de-escalate, you're supposed to keep in mind like, okay, I'm going to, let's say, I don't know, let's say you're the Proud Boys, right? And you're going to fight a bunch of like protesters, right? You're showing up. If you're going there to just do fisticuffs and push people around, it would be a bad idea to be, armed necessarily, because it could escalate further.
And I guess to come back to the Alex Pretti thing,
Because
this
here's
basically
I could
goes-
escalate.
Yeah.
Just case in point with this scenario, just seeing the gun, cops say they saw the gun. That's that causes an unfavorable situation.
Because now it's life and death, by the way. It's life and death.
Right.
And when guns are involved, it is life and death. So finality, right then
As
and
we
there,
saw.
automatically.
Even if you don't mean it to be, even if you're not doing anything wrong, and that's why there's a responsibility that comes with carrying like that. And I don't feel like he held that responsibility properly. That is not
part of that
does-
responsibility is letting cops know that you are armed. A, which is what he didn't do, and B, I think there was something I heard this recently. I think from Marte just earlier today. That to be carrying. Oh no, it was a super chat in a different chat. To be carrying, you would need your ID and carrier's permit. I think. Mo,
It depends
I'm
on the
sure-
state. It depends on the state. Like
Depends
some
on the
states have
state.
constitutional carry; they actually don't have a requirement anymore for licensing. I'm referring to the training for states that do require it.
That's fair.
The idea,
That-
though, is that if you're going to be a responsible gun owner, you have to keep these ideas in mind when you're putting yourself in these situations. And in his case, he was definitely not de-escalating. Kicking out taillights and engaging with police, I would not say is keeping yourself in a de-escalation.
I'll
Now, if
just
he was
say-
like just hanging out on the side, photographing, keeping to himself, and not engaging, that's a different scenario. But that's not what he was doing.
Yeah,
what
again,
happened?
you mentioned that, you mentioned the woman. Creative, you mentioned the woman, how the woman was quote unquote getting pushed out. Well, the woman shouldn't have. We're talking about the fact that the woman was in a position to be pushed down in the first place, which meant that she was basically in a position where she was obstructing and interrupting activities of law enforcement. Otherwise, they wouldn't be anywhere in a position for them to push her down.
Okay,
And
so
then-
what you're saying, I'm sorry, what you're saying
then-
in many different ways is because the officers did this thing, therefore this thing was the right thing to do.
No, 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 no,
Because
no, no, no.
I'm sorry, because the officers
Because
pushed
she
this
was-
guy, therefore he must have given them reason to push him.
Again,
because the
it's-
officers
it's
pushed
a
this woman,
response. It's a
therefore she was in
response
the
thing.
way, and therefore she deserved to be pushed.
It's a
Sorry, this is not
response
like four
thing.
against one.
Hold on,
and
hold on.
This is kind of
Why?
like, I've
Because
said what I
the
have to
question,
say,
the
at
question,
this
because the
point-
question
but
comes back to
Tomahawk,
why-
tomahawk. You gotta let it finish.
Fine, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna tap out because this is like I've already made my points, and now I'm getting like, oh well, now he was like holding the gun, which is complete misinformation. Now we're adding like, oh well, now he was like attacking the car, which is like weeks before.
Yeah, that
And
was
if they had that
Monday
in
prior.
mind, then they must have known he had a gun, and they should have been like, hey, put your hands up, we are under arrest, and start like disarming him. Instead, they started like a physical altercation where they were like shoving him and stuff. So this is all completely nonsense.
Yeah, I think we
And
can all
thanks for
agree that
engaging. I understand that people disagree on this, but obviously I've made my points. Like it's all good.
Thank you for
Yeah,
the
if
debate.
you want to
but-
tap out, no problem. Why don't
ahead.
you tell everyone where they can find you if they want to go check your stuff out?
Yeah, sure. I don't really expect this crowd to be huge fans of me, but that is I can't point. That is my like YouTube name underneath there. So
Hey, definitely
I do.
not whatever.
You know what? Forget it. It's down there. People can see it.
I do
So,
have
yeah.
one question. Go ahead. Sorry, never mind.
Go ahead.
Actually, no. You do your closing. You do your closing point, and then I'll say it after.
For the record, I sub because I like listening to progressive talking points.
Not a progressive, but sure. Thanks. Okay. Well, you guys have a good day.
You as well. Thank you for coming.
have a good one. God bless.
So what I wanted to say, and I guess I did a bad job of articulating it. I'm getting better.
No, what happens is you guys come up and you guys do this so often. I don't know how you guys ever expect to get good engagements out of it. You guys dogpile. You guys want to finish each other's arguments. You're on top of her before she can even finish. It's 1 against 5. You got to let the one person talk more than you get to talk. There's 5 others of you talking.
Chaos.
So you have to equivalent her talking 5 times more than you one person are.
I would like to point out that I did
when
not.
it's one person to show that you're not trying to handicap them and just dogpile them, you should let them speak more. That's just a way to make sure that you actually get to engage. It's nobody wants to sit there and just fucking to hear a bunch of people dogpile different things, gunshotting different sides at them, right? It's it's just
I guess that was the
well,
first
not
time I heard
nobody
it.
because I like that, right? I like when it's like 7 against me, but I'm a little bit psycho, so you can't compare me to the average person.
I'm just glad I'm not arguing, religion and stuff. I get to be on everybody's side this time.
Yeah, it's funny. Well, one time we actually agree on a topic coming on here. So
What did you guys think of? Because I've been using this analogy a lot since the Renee Good thing, and of course the narrative is always like, well, is that a death sentence? The hiking analogy. If you missed it, I was saying, if you go hiking and you break your ankle, nobody is going to say you deserve to have your ankle broken because you went hiking, but it's just merely one of the things that can happen if you decide to go hiking. And in this case, if you are going to engage in with law enforcement in a way that is illegal, that doesn't mean you deserve to die, but it is one of the things that can happen.
Yeah, I think that's pretty decent analogy. I think if I was of the mindset of I'm going to go to a protest and I'm going to protest in the manner that they do, where it's shoving and getting in people's faces, I would take that in consideration of not going completely strapped out of my mind, or armed, because that would just escalate the chances of me getting deleted.
I think also we can all agree that what would definitely help out is seeing more than like 20 seconds before the shooting actually happened. I'd like to see like 10, 15, 20 minutes. I want to see how he was engaging with law enforcement leading up to that, because they're not just going to walk up to somebody on the sidelines and just start shoving them around for no reason unless,
That's what I was trying. That's what I was trying to get to, which was with calling out the fact that she said that the officer had to push back. That wording right there, push back, means that there was action beforehand that had to result in a response, in a reactive action. Pushing back, you don't just push back out for no reason at that point.
Well,
Meaning
and
that Alex Pretti had to be.
I'm willing to even say we don't know if that initial push, like the girl being pushed, we have no idea if that was legally justified. We can assume, as I said, that dude didn't just randomly like, oh, hey, man. And, like, she was probably doing
Yeah,
something.
when you're protesting, you're not allowed to block roadways. So if they gotta push
Exactly.
you out of the roadways, they can push
Mhm.
you out of the roadways.
And
But I actually I have a take on this that I think most people would disagree with me on at all.
Let's hear it.
I think like both people in this situation are obviously stupid as fuck, right? Like it's just like a whole tragic situation. But yeah, dude, I see the point that Def Not's making when she says there's 7 guys on top of this one, and you needed to pull out your shit and blast him in his fucking back. Give me a fucking break, bro. And if you guys watch the video, you guys keep saying he pushed him. That's not a
Explain
push,
that.
bro. There's no push.
Well, he puts.
He
his
goes
hands on
like
the police
this
officer.
and then hesitates himself because he realizes what he's about to do. And he's gonna get fucked up for doing it.
Okay,
So he
but
hesitates himself,
in
and
that
then when he
scenario,
starts getting
how-
sprayed, he lifts
Yeah.
his hand to cover the
okay,
spray
but what did you
from
just
going
say?
to his eyes.
Easy. What did you just say? He was going to what and then stopped?
He was gonna go in front of the police officer to stop him from going at the girl, but the police officer didn't continue, and he realized what he was gonna do.
So again, they realized what he was going to do. Why can't we assume that the cop also realized what he was going to do and got the jump on him with the pepper spray? Yeah.
Yeah. And then
And again, I'm not saying that I know.
He does this and backs away.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if
So
you're
need to
saying,
continue
if
doing
you're
something to him,
no, I'm saying if you Speakeasy are saying what I Speakeasy saw from the video was that he was about to do X and then pulled himself back. If you were able to see that from a video, and officer was standing right in front of him, whatever he was going to do, that may very well, again, I don't know, I didn't see that. That very well may be the justification. You don't have to. If I go like that to an officer, I don't have to actually be, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching. That's justification to take me down. And if I resist.
And the police officers don't have any idea if he's going to continue either. They can't read his mind. They don't know what the intent is after the action. So if they see an aggressive actions towards them and they react, you can't really fault them for that.
Speak. I don't know if you'll be able to, if anybody here has like a minute or even like 30 seconds. But I put a link. I put a link in the back. It's a Blue Blood scene, and it's a scene basically that shows that is what we're talking about with things like the Renee Good situation and the Alex Pretti situation. Basically encapsulates what it is that we're talking about between people who have hindsight, which is all of us speaking right now, and the officers at the point where they had to shoot Alex Pretti. I don't know if we would be able to see that.
Yeah,
if you show that.
I feel like that would, I don't want to, talk too badly about that.
Is it possible to show that for like a minute? It's just a 1 minute scene.
I'm just, it's a show or something?
Yeah, it's a show.
Don't know.
Nope.
Blue Bloods is USA TV.
If you can't show it, then that's fine.
Yeah, no, that's regular TV.
Yeah, it'd be better if you just explain it.
Well, basically, there was a police chief, and he was in the same situation that I guess Christy Nome, or the police chief of the Alex Pretti situation, was in. He was being questioned by some reporters. There's a particular reporter, and this was after a shooting had happened where an officer, I think the context was an officer had shot a guy who was about to shoot a whole bunch of kids, and with a gun, and the officer shot the guy with the gun out. He killed him. And this officer, and not the officer, this reporter basically comes up to him and asks basically what creative and other leftists who watched the video say, and why didn't the officer shoot the gun out of his hand? That was the question the reporter asked him. No, serious.
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah. The police chief, clearly annoyed by the answer, asks this one hypothetical, and he said, "Okay, so basically, if it's the case that instead of the guy shooting these children, The gun was then aimed at you, and you had to act. What would you do? The guy goes, well, and he was about to explain. You had like 1 second to act before this guy shoots you. Instead of the kids, he shoots you. Reporter begins to explain. He cuts him off and said, "You're already dead." It would be easier to show, but that's basically the whole scene where he showcases to the reporter he had 1 second to act before this guy blows his brains out. The reporter decides to start talking in that 1 second, and the police chief interrupts and says, "You're already dead."
And it's gone. And so, like, yeah, that's the kind of thing that, again, I've held a gun maybe twice. I've never shot a gun. I've born and raised in Jersey. We don't really have that around here unless you're, a gang member or something. And not there's, but you know what I mean. And so there's definitely a lot that I don't necessarily understand about the nuances of what it's like to be in those situations, the type of thinking. But conceptually, I can understand, what goes into it, and that it's far too easy for people to be like, "Oh no, I would just do this," like shooting a gun out of his hand. Like, what? Even I know that's stupid. Even I know. I used to think that, oh yeah, shoot him in the leg or shoot the tires out. I used to think that was smart.
It's not. This isn't a game, basically. And what you have, what we have here, what this entire, both of these scenarios, these very tragic scenarios, boil down to is we're all talking about it, and we have the benefit of hindsight, slowing down frame by frame, and frame by frame, and we're able to just dissect the entire moment in 30 minutes, basically, in 30 minutes to an hour, complete analyses.
With multiple angles.
That's in multiple angles as well. But the officers on the scene, who at this point, the context is they've been just assaulted. They've just been impeded by a whole bunch of agitators for months now. And all of a sudden, they have a few seconds to act in the moment.
But was it necessary?
Yeah.
Was it necessary?
This also
It can be
extends to not just guns, by the way. Like there's the 21-foot rule that law enforcement goes over, and it involves knives. So within 21 feet, in a matter of I think it's 1.5 seconds, roughly, they can get to you and lethally stab you. So when we're talking about these defensive encounters, it is a fraction of a second you have to react, whether you're going home to see your family or not.
Yeah, but that doesn't always mean you're following the law. And that's
you getting
what
suited up for me, Indian
we're
Jesus?
talking about, right?
No, baby. Need the extra power now that you're here.
I figured you would.
Avarice, you missed Manure. He was up here earlier.
Yeah, I missed him too.
Listen, I've been.
I can't believe he left before I got here.
It's been a long fucking day. I've already fought Manar for 3 hours today.
Yeah.
I fought Maryland for 6. I've been fighting all day.
Which one was the harder fight?
But then I've been. But let me be very clear. There is no panel today that's been more important than getting up on Speakeasy's panel. All right, so get those donos in. This is where it counts. All the other fucking donos don't count. This is where that counts. So get them in. We know that there's a bigger show might be going on right now, but the ones that are watching, get those donos in, because your Crucible crew, get them in. Now, back to the subject at hand. I don't know what you guys were discussing, and I honestly came in to fuck with Indian Jesus, but I agree with his fucking side. So it's not like I can take the against today on the was it justified.
We'll just be friends, and then we'll go back and be arguing religion, and then we'll get back into it.
No, again, I don't have a problem with you at all. I just think it's more fun to watch you spurg, right? Let's just be real here. I have absolutely no. I don't even know you, right? Let's just be real here, right? This is like all those people that go you just hate me, Avarice. You just hate me. I'm like, dude, I don't even know half you guys. I barely have a relationship with Speakeasy. He doesn't even answer my DMs.
I'm not gonna lie. You fucking triggered the shit out of me. I was fucking typing a comment.
I was so happy, dude. I was
under my skin.
I'm sitting there just
not hard.
smug, dude.
But there's a difference. Because I'll get animated very, very easily. But like, you know, it's within.
The funny part is, so over where that was is all Maryland supporters, right? So all I have to do is call Maryland a bitch, and then sip, white knight, and then it's just like, oh yeah, I'm like Menard now, 8 versus me, baby, let's do it. You know, it's so much fun. It is so funny, Speakeasy, you missed it because then Menard tries to. I'm going with Menard, and then he tries to bring Tomahawk into it as an appeal to the black guy.
Makes sense.
Just like
tried to go
Yeah,
the minority solidarity route with the whole aisle. Just because I'm black, I'm just gonna accept anything he says. And it's like, bro, I'm a free thinker. I have my own thoughts. I had a
black people could do that? No, that's not what the liberals told me.
I'm a unicorn.
You two aren't allowed to think. You just have to follow us, the white men on the bottom of the panel today. Right now, shit's rolling uphill.
Hey man, hey. According to liberals recently, I don't know if you've seen the X videos recently, but apparently I am a house N-word to those people now, for my views. We have reached that point.
Congratulations,
actually, no, we're just one step. We are one step below the white robes.
Interesting.
We are one step below.
What was our topic for the day, boys? What were we discussing?
Pretti, justified or not?
Yeah, I know that, but where were we at so we can get the topic back on topic? Because I've done my chaos part. Now let's get back to where we are so Speakeasy can start rolling his show out because this is his show.
True. I was trying to say to creative, the question that I had ultimately was, why was Alex Pretti and the woman to that extent there for law enforcement to have to respond? Why were they there? And that's a question I don't think creative would have ever asked or would have ever considering her position. Why were they there in the first place? Because if they weren't there in the first place, or they were often... Sorry.
Yeah, looking at the video, they were shoving the first woman out of the road, and then he got in between and put his hands on the officer, and between the officer and her, and he was in the road. And so that's where the scuffle started.
Exactly. Again, it starts with that. The fact that he stepped in. He put his hands on the officer while the officer was in this case justified in trying to remove an obstacle from the road, and then he started white knighting, and then the whole scuffle happened and the tragedy, basically. Like, it all went down after that. But the question that they don't ever seem to ask is, why were they there in the first place? Why get involved? What is the point in getting involved like that?
You see, and I asked that question too, prospectively, not necessarily why are they involved, but what is the need now to go out and protest every day, getting in the way of all these things? If this was such a big deal to these people, right? And maybe Speakeasy might have a better idea with this because he's pretty smart. But if there was such an important idea, right, for them to fix the law and get these people to stop, why are they not just going and gathering at the courthouse and going and trying to like submit like laws or petitions or some kind of form of that kind of protest, right? Because like, remember back in the day, we used to do strongly worded petitions, and we used to mob the courthouse or the I wouldn't say the courthouse. It was at the courthouse where it took place, but we used to mob the council meetings, right? Like the community, whatever you fucking call it, and you would go out there and then you would appeal to the actual people that could make the changes. Yeah, right, but you didn't get. Yeah, you didn't get in the way of Sheriff What's his fucking nuts and the deputy, right? Everybody, if you had a problem with the sheriff, you waited until the town hall meeting, and then you went and then bitched at the sheriff there. You're like, hey, sheriff, what the fuck were you thinking? Like 2 weeks ago, you arrested Bubba Gump, and we have no idea why. Like that's where it was taking place. So why? Like I get every once in a while we have standouts where you go out and do a mass protest out in the middle of the street, but every fucking day, every fucking night, in front of cars, in front of police, in front of people that really their job is not to patrol you. Their job is just to do their job. So I don't understand that. Maybe Speakeasy, you have a good idea of why we don't do it that way anymore. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, right? Like when you're saying, like, if you want to, like, why don't they just go to the courts and protest, right? And like the thing with the courts, right? You got to remember the court is interpreting existing law.
Well,
right?
not necessarily the courthouse, the meetings where you take place,
the legislation.
You go to your town hall meetings.
What this is like a very like slow procedure that interprets like the existing law. But the protest is a tool to pressure people who make the law and make it fast and emotional and make sure that it raises like a moral argument that's going to make shit happen a lot quicker. That's why this happens.
And I understand that. Yeah, I get that. But this is a very evil approach, right? Because there's a difference between doing a 1 day like WTO like protest on the weekend, and then there's keeping the WTO protest going throughout the whole summer. Like that's a big difference.
Well, if they can keep this going, Avarice, then we don't get no great America under Trump, right? Because it was just years of people protesting and shit fucking breaking in the streets.
You're right. I get. Yeah, I see that.
That's the whole idea, right? They want to make it look like it's not good under Trump, right? This is like, they talk about like January 6th. This is the favorite thing to be brought up, right? Oh, they didn't allow a peaceful transfer. Motherfucker, how is it a peaceful transfer when all 4 years you guys are fucking doing what was equivalent to January 6th? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Every day, every week, it's a new fucking protest in this city. Protest in that city.
How do you guys think it's connected?
It's the same bullshit over and over again, man. It's like that's the idea here, though. If they make it look like, like, look, under Trump, it's just fucking hell all the time, right? You're just getting fucking hell. Look at this, and that's it. And then they want to complain about fucking January 6th like it was the fucking end of the world. It blows my mind. Shit, we got a Crucible raid. Let's fucking go! Shout out to Crucible. Andrew, Rachel, Mr. E, shout out to all of y'all. Y'all amazing. Thank you so much. And welcome to the Crucible crew.
We're going to watch Indian
How closely do you guys think it's connected to the Somali fraud stuff? Because there's less than I think there's less than like 2%.
This is a I think this is like a cover-up operation by I'm gonna say powers that be, but really it's like the media apparatus and Democrats and
NGOs.
Stuff like that. Especially in Minnesota, they because Nick Shirley cracked open that whole scheme. They don't want to. They want to take focus off of that and put it to something else and put it just anything else, anything else.
Focus off of what? Sorry. The focus off of what?
Focus off of the Somali fraud that was cracked open by Nick Shirley. Because Indian Jesus mentioned like
that's what it is.
I mean, there's less than 2% of all of the deportations are coming from Minnesota. It's not even in the top. I mean, it's near the bottom. Yeah,
if you don't let it be
connected
peaceful,
to them, the stand down orders for the local PD.
If you don't let it ever be peaceful, then there was never a time that they can say, look, under Trump, look how good and peaceful everything was, how prosperous everyone, how united everyone was.
It's optics.
You can't say that, right? Because in that fucking news every other week, you got fucking people getting shot, burnt, buildings getting burnt down, this and that. They have to, it's all about the optics. That's what I'm saying. It's a political tool. That's
Well, it happened from 2016 to 2020.
Full force, guy. They don't have no fucking feelings. They don't care about human life. They motherfucker. Tomorrow, a whole protest could get wiped out, and they'd still keep doing it. They don't give a fuck.
Of course, because at this
Well,
point,
I think that's. But again, that's what they want. They want to see us wipe out a whole protest.
They want martyrs.
That's what they want.
They want martyrs.
That's it. They don't care.
It's one of those
about
things where it's like
but making the optics look like, look, you see, Trump bad, Orange Man bad.
And avarice, to your point of why don't they go to like the legislation?
Well, I'm saying that's what we used to do, right? We used to
used to do that.
Yeah,
before essentially legislation just cucked themselves. They just said, "Yeah, we don't want to really do anything anymore. You do it, President. Go ahead and go and do." That's why we.
And I think that's a big problem. I think that we're not
what, like the War Powers Act was all about, or am I thinking of a different law?
I think that's the problem. I think that a lot of people are so focused on, and I talk about this a lot. So many people are so focused on what's happening at the top level at all times that we're not going into the lower level and just going into town hall meetings,
smart enough for that.
Fighting there, right? But it's not even that. We're not doing it. Even on the right, we should be gathering our friends like on the right going, hey, you don't like feminism? I don't like feminism either. Town hall meeting
chats.
Is
they're organizing through Signal and they're on shifts and all that shit.
Yeah,
but I've always
are organized
by the right, and you know what?
And that's what they're better at. And I think even if I might speak for, I'll try to speak for, but I think Rob would even say they are better organized. That's the problem.
Definitely.
They're way better organized. They are way better at being loud, and we're better at just kind of we're better at just logically
taking it on the chin. And
what do you mean? How are we more organized? Speaking
the morals.
How are we more organized?
Well, it would depend what you're meaning by that and why you're giving them this title, and I would have to
you're right.
Because you hear them say,
I'd say they're more organized for destruction. They're more
someone higher up will say
doing.
something, and then they all just repeat it. So between the the Signal chats and the way that they actually communicate.
Yeah,
and the way that they use those communication tools,
they eat
to be
themselves
so
all the time, bro. They don't agree with each other ever about anything.
Right, but just like Muslims, they might disagree with each other. But if a Christian or an atheist or whatever comes, they will not say one goddamn word.
Their enemy is their friend.
They all turn their eyes to the unifying enemy instead.
No, I don't think that they're more organized. I just think it's easier for them to get people on their side because they say, come to us. We'll let you do whatever you want to do.
I think
that's true. But I think the fact that they can get those numbers and organize those votes is
on their side. It's easier.
That is true. Well, they promote laziness, right? They promote a lot of laziness.
That and they just they don't give a fuck. You can be a complete degenerate piece of shit as long as you're not hurting anyone. And they don't care how much society goes down the fucking drain.
Just whatever. It's instant gratification to an insanely pure raw degree. And in all of those chats, it's basically, hey, you listen to the cult, and we will just let you do what you want. Instant gratification, whatever it is. Just make sure that you don't make sure that you follow the cult to the letter. And these guys are the enemy, by the way. These guys are the enemy. As long as
I think when it comes to when I'm saying how we're more organized, I think the idea is what I'm saying is we're built around a shorter list of core priorities, right? Law and order, national identity, economic freedom, religious traditionalism. This is our a short list. The left labor activists, environmentalists, socialists, liberals, globalists, identity-based
movements, by the way.
fucking groups, the trans, the alphabet crew, everybody. They have too much fucking shit going on over there. They're not organized, guy. They're all over the fucking
You're
place.
wrong, dude. They put all
They're
that stuff
all
to the
over
side.
fucking place. Oh, we care about life. It matters so much, but murder your babies in the wombs as much as you want. Free of
But that's a great point. That's a great example.
They have
Steve,
no
Easy.
organization
Easy,
there.
that's a perfect example. Because you're saying that they have all these different disagreements, and you're right. The left can't analyze it itself, but that still is superseded by Orange Man bad, Republicans bad, Christians bad, all of that stuff. So there's multiple things happening, and so they put the team, because as long as they're the team, that's the team, then they can have the little squabbles. But right, if they give power to the evil, Hilarion MAGA people, then there's also there also has to be an understanding of the different levels. You have people on both left, right, whatever. You have people that are pulling strings, and then you have your useful idiots who are just following along, and so all of that comes together. And because the left is dumber, and because the left is more willing to just coalesce, then they better communicate and better organize.
But they're not even.
The left is
they're
dumb.
not
The left,
even them.
The left.
Let me give you a perfect example.
He gave you a cup cheer.
Let me give you a perfect example. Go look at like the whole of the like LGBT movement, and then look at Blair White. All right, Blair White is a fucking trans that looks legit like a chick, but fucking tells everyone, no, I'm a dude. That's not what's actually going on. Calls himself a conservative. What fucking banana world are we in, dude? They're not organized.
Organization.
What does that do with I hear they're organized? No, they're not.
But wait, what does Blair White have to do with their organization?
We're talking
Blair White
about
is
their
one
organization, like on how they mobilize and how they get
point of
votes.
bringing
They're
up
organized
Blair
in doing
White,
that.
the point of bringing up Blair White is to show you that even the people that have the same worldview don't actually even agree with each other. This is what I'm trying to explain.
But
Look
they
at
don't
it,
have to agree
what's
to
that
vote. They
fucking
don't
weird
have
dude
to.
name that's got the makeup brands and shit, and he was making fun of trans people that think they're actually
You're
confusing
the day to day. You're confusing the day to day activities.
Jeffree Star, thank you.
Jeffree Star. You're confusing the day to day activities of the individual groups within the left and the actual organization of all of these groups coming together to fight that guy, to fight that side.
And shout out to everybody saying Disney, Netflix, Facebook, all these things. That's a form of organization. That's
not coming together on their way.
But it doesn't matter.
The whole thing.
On the way over to fighting that guy, they start beating each other up because they can't agree of why they're going to fight that guy.
If they
do it every time.
If enough of them go to the place where they go to fight that guy, and then enough of them get there and achieve that goal, that's it. That is the goal achieved, and that is the organization that is so potent and so powerful, because it doesn't matter that they would fight amongst themselves. They're all going, all of them as a conglomerate. Even if they start fighting amongst each other, enough of them have gotten through to where they have all.
Let's get to the main part, right?
Easy. If you don't think there's not sort of some sort of organization, why is it when there's a talking point that comes out left wing?
I didn't say there's not some sort of organization.
All the different news organizations will literally say the exact same phrasing over and over again.
I would think most of the protest riots that are going on are actually organized by Antifa.
Yep.
And anybody that's
Democratic Socialists of America,
strings, and there's retards who think that, oh, I'm saving the world because I'm marching on the street with an angry face and copying whatever the person.
To your point, Easy, you're right. There is a lot of infighting, but they all unite under the idea that the right is evil. right?
Yeah.
And they
Of
when they
course.
get their marching orders, and what they should the current thing they should think is they will repeat it over and over and over again.
Unlike the
Not even
right, this is where
thinking,
we're
just
trying to go,
feel.
because unlike the right, where you have someone like who give a marching order, and then someone on the right will be like, let me question that. Let me think logically if we could do this. Right? It's a big difference in organization, right? Where you have a bunch of minions just going, march. And then you got a bunch of people going, let me think about that.
You got a bunch
It's
of
a big
intellectuals
difference.
that all question
Yeah,
the
but this
orders
is
being
the whole
given to
Okay,
them.
so easy. Name one thing from the right that popped up in the last 10 years that spread like wildfire in the same way.
Thing.
And don't say Charlie Kirk.
Wait. Let me
Don't say Charlie Kirk.
I want to address that, but let me address this first off. Of when you're bringing up how like they have a unity again that the right is evil. I can even concede that to you, but this doesn't mean this actually shows that if this is the only thing they have unifying, that's less organization than on the right. On
Is
the
it?
right, we value
Having Donald
hierarchical
Trump
questions, right? So
as a
it's this
unifier.
over here. You have like a coalition of fucking different movements.
I don't think that's the
I
case.
think
Then you'd have to say that
Donald
like
said
you'd
Donald
have to say like the Crucible crew then gets along with the Groiper crew. You'd have to say you would have to say that
he brought up how the left will unite when it comes to saying the right is evil. But just because they have a
saying Orange Man bad.
when it comes to that, they're uniting over opposition, not agreement.
But they're uniting over multiple. But speaking, they're uniting over multiple oppositions, right? They're over all of us. It's not just Orange Man bad anymore. It's just they're all fascists. All Christians are bad. Now the rhetoric is now massively. Now it's not just one ideology. So now, but that organization.
The right is more positively cohesive. We're together because of our agreements.
Okay, I can agree with that.
I can agree.
The left is this cohesive, and the right is
You
this.
agreed with something? Holy shit!
There's more agreement here, but there's more of that spread out agreement among all of them.
I think it just looks like that because it's easier to be on that side. It's easier to be a fucking degenerate that doesn't give a fuck about anything but themselves.
But that's the whole thing.
That's part of it.
It's easier. It's in a form of like
right, but that doesn't make them more organized. They get the lazy fucking pieces of shit of the world.
It doesn't have to.
What about
it's easier to just
breed themselves out of existence because they just kill their own babies in the wombs anyways.
What about Antifa having all the stand down? No. Antifa's not standing down. The police in blue states being told, hey, stand down to Antifa when they gather around these all these different ICE centers. And then the Antifa people just gather around it and wait for one of the federal agents to actually do something because they don't plan on aggressing the federal agents. They just plan on getting aggressed. And then say, that guy was do with us.
And because it's designed that way, but because their local law enforcement is being told to stand down, it forces federal law enforcement to have to do the job of both their own job and the job of local law enforcement.
Whistleblowers have to risk their own job as cops.
I think we're moving the goalposts a little bit here. I'm actually kind of writing this out. I think the big difference is we're thinking about the amount of tasks that need to be organized as an organizational quantification, right? There only needs to be one task.
No, I'm talking about how the left, right? Okay. They have a temporary discipline when it comes to organization.
They don't right now.
The right bad, they need to be out of there. Once that happens, they all go they don't give a fuck about each other anymore.
Again, that's still part of the organization.
But ours is that's their organization because once we're in, we say, all right, we're in, boys, let's fucking do this. Let's get all the shit we all wanted. That's
do we?
It.
Do we?
All separate. Yes.
Do we?
We're
I
doing
don't.
it-
I don't
we
believe
have
that
it
to be
right now.
fact.
But the thing is, we have.
Why
it
aren't
right
we doing
now.
that now?
Exactly.
Where is it?
We're not
happening?
getting We're not getting everything
Where
we
is it
want
not
right
happening?
now. We're all the things that Trump promised is not coming true. We're not deporting
All of
more
them?
than.
Is that fair, Average?
A lot of them.
Everything or just some of the things?
A lot of
doing more.
A lot
I'll
of the
give it
things.
to you,
A lot of the things that I was personally promised that I believed in aren't coming to fruition.
What's a
right?
good example? Like,
A good example is towards internet freedom or security in the AI developments. I wanted more blocking of AI. He's actually releasing more AI. He actually he actually had a small campaign on how he was going to regulate that space, and he's it looks like he's unregulating it. So that's kind of where I'm going at. I look more at the tech side of it, right? He's not going into these spaces and making them actually free. Like, he's not freeing up like the gaming spaces. They're still fully indoctrinated by the left. These are all things that the right side and the Republican Party says that they'd be going on, is the freedom and being able to speak freely in these places. Like X is now free. We can say whatever we want on X because the right can now come back in. Well, if we can go back in on X, why can't we go back in on Twitch? Like, why are we not like? These things don't.
That's a private company.
But these are all things that Trump and the right said that they're fixing based on our freedom of rights in America.
Well,
right?
Also,
They should be. They should.
Really isn't happening to the scale that I want.
Yeah, and again,
different. The thing is, he could be doing more than what he's currently doing, and that is.
And again, a lot of, and again, on the second one, I'll even end it with this one, and then we can move on. A lot of arguments that I go against when I debate people is I voted for Trump for deportation, right? I'll say I wanted the immigration. They go, well, how do you feel about Biden deporting or Obama deporting more than Trump? So how they apparently someone else deported it more than we should be beating them. Why are we not beating Biden? Why are we not beating Obama in deportations? It doesn't make sense. Make it make sense.
Yeah, the deportation stuff is like a big one for me. Like, the numbers just aren't really, the math ain't mathing.
Is Jesus trying to talk?
He's muted.
Yeah, he's muted.
Yeah, you got the.
Oh no, not my mic again. What the fuck?
Now you're good. Now you're muted.
Well,
now you're good.
Wait, test.
You're good.
There we go.
Yep.
We hear you now.
Okay. Fuck. What was I saying? Shit. I don't remember. I lost it.
Happens to me all the time.
What the fuck?
You'll get it back.
We were talking about mass deportation.
Oh yeah, the sanctuary cities and the fact that they're not letting ICE and CBP into the jails to do that. And I think Homan just had a meeting. I don't know exactly who, if it was Walls or Frey or whoever, but went to Minnesota and they agreed to pull back officers or whatever, and then they got some concessions. I don't know the details. Like, I just saw.
I have to see that to believe it, because given how
he definitely went there. I don't know exactly.
I'm sure he did, but I have to see that to believe it, and then I need whatever happened in Minnesota to happen in every blue state, in every sanctuary state, in every sanctuary city, and for that to, especially in my state of California, where it's basically
I'm in Cali too. Speakeasy, you have no idea how bad it is here in Cali. There's no presence here at all. There's no presence. There's
Trump admin to withdraw 700 immigration agents.
$36 billion at minimum got stolen.
There's no federal presence here. We have no help here. There's no Trump presence at all on the West Coast. It's just completely.
I'm sorry.
It's bad. It's bad, dude. California is.
So Gavin Newsom is drowning in his own fucking shit.
Again, that's not my problem. Again, Gavin Newsom is not who I voted for, and you're punishing me for that.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm just saying he's probably drowning in his own shit.
Again, that has nothing to do with what Trump's promises.
Oh yeah,
to the
Trump should do what he should do. Yeah, Gavin Newsom is a pure piece of shit.
Again, you can't. Again, sure, I grant that. Now let's talk about what Trump said he was going to do to help fix fucking.
Help the actual American people.
Yeah, real quick. It's after 2 a.m. on the East Coast.
Average. When you're like, this is like, see, this is a part of that goal of having fucking protests every day and everything. Like you
I
slow
understand.
down
No,
what
I
can
understand that.
actually get done when we're doing that shit all the time.
No,
right?
and listen, I heard what you said. Listen,
when our
I
border
agreed.
patrol has to deal with fucking morons.
Listen. I agreed. I agreed with your opening on what the things were, but again, I don't agree. I don't agree with you know. That he's doing everything I voted for, because there are the people in the place. Here's the big thing. If that was the case and he was like what I wanted to vote with the power that I would like to see, he would bring out the big trucks with the water cannons and shoot them all out of the way with water. Gently, of course, but with jet cannons. Just all over the place.
Yeah, real quick. You guys hear me?
And
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna. It's after 2 a.m. here. I'm winding down, so I'm going to take off.
I didn't get you to Spur yet. Hold on.
That's because we're on the same side. You gotta.
God damn it. Dang it. Hold on. I can do whatever I want. I can do whatever I want.
You can, honestly. Pretend like you're Minar.
I don't know if I could.
Tell everyone where to find you, bro.
Thank you so very much for watching, guys. Of course, we've got Morty the Overlord, and I am Lutch, aka the India Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe, and you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well hit the bell as well, so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Easy. Thank you so very much.
Fire.
Big shout out to Def
The
Knot
Lutch King,
and the rest of
bro.
the panel. Guys, I will see you next time.
Yes, sir. Thanks for coming. Great job.
I'm going to head out next, so I'll just see you guys later. Enjoy.
Later, Avarice.
Respond
Have a great night, Avarice.
Respond to those DMs.
I will. I'll check them out right after this.
I'll stay for a little bit longer, but I gotta go soon as well.
Yeah, I gotta head out too. But just on the point of being united, you can even look at like Trump's first term, right? Where you're supposed to get the wall, right? And we had the presidency, Congress, we had everything, right? We had the House. But one of the things that stopped that was congressional resistance. So I think even in that scenario where you have everything, they really didn't get as much done as I would have liked to have seen.
And it's like the right keeps getting bogged down by the systems that are supposed to work as intended. Like all of this is apparently the system at work, and yet we have an entire side, the left, that is completely looking at all of that and is saying, "Oh, fuck you," and we're just gonna do what we want. They accuse, and then they go on to accuse the right of doing everything that they are doing, and the right doesn't have the gumption, the balls to play by the left's rules and just say, "Well, fuck you guys," and just go and do it. And we consistently and constantly ask, why don't they do that? We just had, the whole state fight of seats and redistricting. The Republicans are trying to do some sort of redistricting, and everybody's freaking out that they're trying to do the redistricting. We had the whole Prop 50.
Oh, they weren't supposed to do that so early. The gerrymandering.
The gerrymandering thing, yeah, but
yeah, I heard they were gonna. Fucking Democrats wanted to do that early, which they shouldn't have done, so that they could win.
Guys,
and
I don't
more.
mean to interrupt you
Sorry,
here, but
it's okay.
No worries. I'm my bad for interrupting. I'm just gonna
I don't
run to
care.
the washroom real quick, so you guys behave for a couple seconds here, and when I get back, I got a spicy take for you that I was gonna give you guys earlier, but then we moved on to something else. But I want to see if you guys can contend with it. It's based off something someone said earlier, and I've been waiting for them to say this so I could bring this up. I want to see if they have a challenge for it. So give me a second. I'll be right back. But you can go ahead and continue what you were doing there.
But yeah, the right keeps getting hamstrung by the very systems, by the very abiding of the systems that are in place, when we have an entire side, the left, that consistently dismisses the systems that are in place in favor of their own agenda. And I personally don't understand why the right doesn't play ball. Basically, they're not playing ball. Why don't they just play ball? That's my big question. because they see it happen with one side, and one side clearly doesn't respect the systems in place that put them there to allow them to do that in the first place. But the right is, and it's like, what the solution, I guess, is right there, and to an extent, I can understand the reasoning of why they haven't. They consider it a last resort. The Republicans on the right side consider it a last resort before they act like the left. But at the same time, you can't just do some of the stuff at least. Why not?
That sounds like fascism being the last resort before socialism.
But you have the means to do so with the laws currently in place. You have the insurrection. You have things like the Insurrection Act. You have every single action being done is being won in the courts. So it's like you clearly know what the law is. The courts seem to agree with what you're doing in the law. Why not just ramp things up?
That's why Trump should honestly just actually enact the Insurrection Act. Without being just fucking pussyfooting around it.
Well, there's a lot of things that go along with that, so I think that I think certain people are actually waiting for that in order to basically impeach him for it. So
of course, so many people that are going to get impeached.
I do feel like the window is shrinking though. Like he needs to start taking more aggressive actions.
And it's like we have the midterms coming up, and
right,
the midterms. Who knows what's happening? What's going to happen with the midterms? People say the right's gonna lose. People say that the left, that it's a possibility that with everything happening, enough people will come out to play, and they'll actually allow probably the right to stay in control. But I don't know where I'm going with that, but it just sounds like there's not enough happening at the moment, and what gets tried to happen is just gets hamstrung with the systems in place. And it's like, and you're trying to fight a side that disregards the system to begin with, and it's not making sense in my head as to why there's not more happening. I don't really have much to say other than I'm probably just venting at this point.
All right, boys, you ready for this?
Yeah, I got
hot take
on me.
So, the Constitution, you guys agree with me? The Constitution protects rights, not good decision making. Is that a fair statement?
It is a statement.
Sure. We'll just rather than go into semantics, I'll just say
I would instead of drilling down to what you mean by good decision making, I'll just accept the premise.
Or rights too.
That too.
Oh, I mean,
yeah.
We're talking about the Constitution, so I think you know what I mean when I'm talking about rights.
Yes.
So, carrying while drunk, okay, maybe a reckless thing to do, but I don't think that this should remove your right to carry, right? So my
should be a violation.
Let me break it down a little bit here for you. So, we don't suspend any constitutional rights. We don't suspend constitutional rights just because a person's judgment's impaired. Like, you can speak freely while you're drunk. You can practice religion while you're drunk. You could be free from an unreasonable search while you're drunk. You could tell the police that they can't enter your house while you're drunk, right? You don't say, your First Amendment's paused now because you've had some beers. So when we're talking about the Second Amendment, right? So it protects bearing arms, and it doesn't say sober bearing. Right? The amendment protects the right to keep and bear arms, not keep and bear arms while demonstrating my idea of what self-regulation is.
Okay. So I have a question for that then.
Yeah.
Under your rights, right? You have the right to freedom of movement involving like vehicles.
Nope.
You don't?
That's not involving vehicles, no, sir.
Well, it's implied
Nope.
through
The freedom to
hold
movement
on.
is not involving vehicles. Nope.
Okay. Well, the point is like if you also have your.
That's why sovereign citizens can't get around that shit, bro.
Yeah, you know, I get that, but the point is you're not allowed to drive drunk either. So there are limitations on your rights.
Yeah, but your driving isn't a right.
Well, it's okay. You can say, okay, freedom of speech.
Driving isn't a right.
There's limits on freedom of speech.
It
You're
isn't.
not allowed to go into a movie theater and yell fire, right?
Driving is something you have to qualify for, and they're allowed to give you stipulations behind the qualifications.
The point
It's
I'm
not a
making
right.
is there's limits. There's limits on even if you say like rights of freedom of speech. There's limits on those rights.
No,
the Constitution.
But the limit doesn't change when you're drunk. There's limits to freedom of speech, sure, but it doesn't change when you're drunk.
Intoxication changes your rights under reckless endangerment and negligent discharge laws. Yes.
Wait,
so
what?
Your
But
Second
that's
Amendment.
Not the Constitution, though.
Second Amendment. Second Amendment. If you're carrying, being intoxicated, it doesn't give you the right to have your gun necessarily while you're intoxicated.
Wait, why not? It doesn't say that. The right to it actually says it shall not be infringed.
Well, okay, yeah.
It doesn't say you have the right to keep and bear arms while sober.
So is your argument that strictly from the Second Amendment, I should be allowed to have my gun while I'm drunk in public?
Yes, the conclusion of this all, right, is that the Constitution protects your liberty.
A right is a
first
privilege absent duty.
And punishes harm second, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if rights just disappear whenever the state thinks your judgment is impaired, then rights aren't going to exist.
But we do this for all of our rights. Like there's limits on all of our rights.
What rights are you not? What rights are you not allowed to?
Legally
act on while you're
legally from a legal standpoint. Second Amendment, you're not allowed to be drunk with your firearm.
I'm thinking.
I understand that's how it is. I know that's how it is. I'm talking about the right now, based off the Constitution.
Yeah, and based off the Constitution, I'm thinking something like this in the form of any sort of limits on movement or what you're talking about with the whole Second Amendment thing, and intoxication being part of that is something that I guess the 10th Amendment would be. It would fall under the 10th Amendment, which is basically the miscellaneous amendment, where things that aren't covered in the Constitution itself and the previous 9 Bill of Rights specifically would then fall under the 10th Amendment, where the states will then determine determine on a case-by-case basis what the actual I guess what the actual decision for something like that would be. So in the case of intoxication, whether intoxication and the impairing of judgment and decision making thereof, they can make a determination they can make that determination within their own state laws, which is why we have state laws on intoxication and not driving while drunk and basically not carrying while drunk. That's why that's what I'm thinking what the 10th Amendment is for then.
Yeah, the Second Amendment is, simply the right to bear arms should not be infringed, but as far as intoxication, that falls under regulatory situations.
Which then falls under the 10th Amendment, which allows the states to make that determination for themselves.
Yeah.
So I guess what you're saying is, the Constitution doesn't specifically say in its wording that you can't carry, that it's not infringing your right to carry while you're drunk, However, the 10th Amendment would allow the state
My idea here is there's no rights we take away, not one right that we take away for alcohol being in your system. Not one, except the right to guns for some reason. Why is that?
Because
one of our most important rights.
Because alcohol has a tendency to have undesirable outcomes with guns or without them. If you got a bunch of people getting drunk and intoxicated, that leads to more fighting, more reckless endangerment, more reckless actions.
What about acid?
But now you're just talking about like disorderly conduct. This is just like behavioral problems.
Okay,
again,
but
the gun.
If we statistically know this actually has an effect on the populace, in injecting guns in the scenario, how would that be a good idea?
It would be good for the person that's about to get beat up by the 4 drunk dudes.
Yeah.
Be good for him.
But what if he's not about to get beat up?
Or the dude that, like, for instance, there's a story in my city locally here of 4 dudes that were dragging some chick into an alleyway away from, not a block away from the bar. And he tried to help her, and she was able to get away while they beat him to death. This dude would have been able to, if he had a gun on him, protect himself,
The guy was intoxicated.
Well, we're talking about
he was intoxicated, when this happened,
Okay.
Yeah, so
he was walking home from the bar, not a block away from the bar this happened.
He would have lived if he had protection, probably.
Right. So, but we have to be careful here because now we're talking about an anecdotal situation versus the masses at scale.
No, I was saying that a person that's about to get beat up by 4 dudes, yes, him having his piece on him would help him.
And just as an example, descriptively.
This is so weird. I'm not, you're not going to find someone with me that's going to say we should have a bunch of limits on the Second Amendment, right? But when I brought that up earlier, I was discussing in the idea that if you are going to carry, it comes with responsibility. You should have a lot of responsibility with it. So you should take these situations you should consider these situations if you're going to inject your carry into them, right? So
owning a house, owning a vehicle, all of these things.
Are you talking closed carry specifically?
Being able to own things.
Doesn't really.
I don't think owning things is labeled in the Constitution anywhere.
Being able to?
Well,
like property rights.
That sounds like property rights, which again would
things are properties. So
things are okay.
Do we take them away because you have alcohol in your system?
I would actually.
That's what I mean. Like, even when you're talking about, like, I seen the chat going off, public intoxication. That's all conduct that's tied to the intoxication. So it'll be like disorderly conduct, fucking pissing in public, shit like this. Right? That's usually what happens. It's not this guy had alcohol in his system while he was out. That's not just the simple thing. It comes with the conduct. That's why they get, like, some dude that was drunk but not fucking stumbling into the streets and shit. Nobody's going to do nothing to that dude. It's always tied to the conduct. We don't say you losing your free speech now that you're drunk. Never.
Yeah, since you told this lady to go fuck herself.
Why should we lose our Second Amendment either?
Well, why can I not have a fully automatic rifle?
Yeah, that seems like you should.
We're on the same page now. Oh, welcome to my side. That's what I'm saying.
Well, no,
why are you not allowed to carry a silencer?
In that regard, my comments earlier were just on the responsibility of if you're going to inject yourself into scenario like that, you have to take the consideration. That's
of course, I agree with you there. Of course, if you're drunk, you should. If you're going to drink, you should take these things into consideration. But I don't think you should be barred from carrying if you're going to drink or something, because like these are scenarios that people a lot, especially women, need their fucking gun.
And I think, I guess to
like
that I guess in that sense, there's nothing.
You're in a place
right,
with
there's-
other people that might get violent. I mean, I've met a lot of people that can like go out and drink and not be stupid, right? Like I've hung out with a lot of them. So
Yeah.
it's not like every single person
It's weird.
is getting like that.
But how much of that translates to in a scale it up to the masses, right? If it's encouraged that everyone is going out drinking and they're going to be intoxicated, they should, there should be nothing wrong.
If the bars don't like it, they make a private rule on their private company that we're not allowed to bring the guns with us.
Yeah,
but other than that, why should the country why should the country have any or the government, have any ability to take away your rights simply because you have alcohol in your system? That's crazy. Why are they selling you the alcohol if they can take away your rights for having it in your system? The fuck is this? How backward shit is this? They give me the shit and then tell me I can't have rights because they gave me it? What is that?
We'll just go back to prohibition. Let's just do that. Go back to prohibition. Outlaw alcohol, just in general.
I mean, hey, I'm not against prohibition. It just has to be done the right way. It has to be grandfathered. I think UK's idea for the prohibition on tobacco is going to work beautifully. I think it'll work just fine. What they're doing is basically now, say, I'll use Canada as an example. It's 19 when you can buy a pack of cigarettes. So next year it would be 20, and then the year after that it would be 21. And it would just keep
already
going
21 here.
Nobody's gonna reach the age that it takes to buy cigarettes. So
they're not gonna want
anybody. Hold up. So this way, anybody who's currently smoking, it's never gonna be illegal for them to smoke. But everybody under them, they're never gonna get to buy smokes. And this is gonna be a great way to just grandfather it out. I would do it with alcohol. I would do it with I don't think it's that bad of an idea.
The only problem I have with that is tobacco, because then that's cigars and pipes, and I don't think that falls in the same category.
And these two, they're doing these.
They're trying to sabotage Andrew.
I would have a problem with that.
Oh, those are cigarettes. That's not a.
It's just think of it this way, Mo. Just look in your head right now. Just look in your head. Your kids, your grandkids, their grandkids never get to smoke. Never get to put that in their body. Yes.
Cigarettes? Okay, I can go with you on cigarettes.
That's what I'm saying. See, let's go.
You said tobacco. You said tobacco. That's a different because here's I don't know if you know this, but the FDA got appealed to by the cigar company.
Yeah, tobacco, all of it.
Quite a few years ago, and they basically made the plea like, "Hey guys, this is bullshit that you're roping us in with cigarettes. Our cigars and pipes tobacco does not cause cancer in the same way." And they actually did a research on it, and they found out that only up to 2 cigars a day has no effect on anything cancer because you're not inhaling it. It's just in your mouth for taste. So I would have a big problem with banning tobacco, which is very that's Americana, man. That's tradition, man. Arguably America wouldn't have even existed without tobacco. Okay, that allowed them to actually fight the war. So I would have a big problem against tobacco, but not cigarettes.
You know what I'm saying? It's not that great of a thing to hold on to. Is all I'm saying. I'm just saying. Listen, I think it'd be a great idea. Just the thought of my kids are never gonna put that stuff in their body. It's amazing. I think yes, I want that.
I gotta go now because I gotta wake up in the morning. But it was great.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up anyways. I was gonna wrap up at 2:30, but I wanted you guys to hear my spicy take that may bring this up again on verbal combat.
Hey, Speakeasy's chat. You best donate to this man, support him, subscribe, and whatnot. Thank you so much for the debate, the panel. Support this man. He does great work. Appreciate that. Appreciate you having me on, man.
I appreciate that.
Good luck finding an op for voter ID. Anyway, see you guys.
God bless them.
Later.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out too. But yeah, that was good. I enjoyed it. I'll catch you guys next time. Until later. God bless.
God bless, Mo.
God bless. Vote 1, Speakeasy 2028 in Canada. Let's go.
Why not?
Speakeasy Prime Minister. you would just make Canada the 51st state, wouldn't you?
That's right.
I'll be like,
That's
hey,
right.
this out. Word in.
That's what we're going over, guys. Sorry.
There we go.
Because you know why I would do that, right? I've always said this is, it'd be then if Canada was considered the 51st state, that would mean me being born in Canada, I was actually born in the US now. And I could run for president. That's right. President Easy 2028. Let's go, baby.
Do it.
That'd be the game plan, all right? The game plan would be just I'd move us in so we're all considered American, and then I'd run.
That's president.
For president. Great idea. Let's ban tobacco, the best source of naturally occur substance to counteract. Oh my gosh. That is the craziest claim, Sweater. Craziest claim. I heard that about weed too, so.
I just had smoke weed to stop my seizures,
smoke
dude.
Weed, you're protected.
To stop my seizures, motherfucker.
That's crazy. A bar is not the only place people drink. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what, you can't be in your home?
Always, only.
You can't be in your home drinking with your strap? Come on. Come on. Anyways, yeah, I'm going to wrap this up. You guys got something for the chat before we go?
No, I just got big shit for the future of this year. And for this channel, too. I'll be a repeat offender.
Word.
Definitely not a first amender.
I like it.
Pretty much.
It's poet and don't know it. I like it. Rev.
Well, I got some scripture for you in the chat. We're going to do Matthew 6:24-34, the words of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. Therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat or what ye shall drink, nor for your body, what ye shall put on. Is not the life more than meat, and the body more than raiment? Behold the fowls of the air, for they sow not, neither do they reap, nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feedeth them. Are ye not much better than they? Which of you, by taking thought, can add 1 cubit unto his stature? And why take ye thought for raiment? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you, that even Solomon in all of his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Wherefore, if God so clothe the grass of the field, which today is, and tomorrow is cast in the oven, shall he not much more clothe you, O ye of little faith? Therefore take no thought, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or wherewithal shall we be clothed? For after all these things do the Gentiles seek. For your heavenly Father knoweth you have need of all these things. But seek first the kingdom of God, and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. God bless everybody and have a great night. Great debate, everybody.
God bless. Getting the crystal.
God bless. Thank you for that. And you guys both have yourselves a great night. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah. Good night. Later.
Later. And chat. You beautiful chat, you. First off, I want to say shout out to both Def Knot and Indian Jesus. Go sub up to them. Their links in the description. Shout out to them both coming out doing a great debate tonight. I think it was I think it went great. So I may have made a mistake. We might be doing a Knower Preps debate tomorrow. I have to ask Rob. I could have swore I meant to do it next week. So I'm gonna ask Rob if I had told him ahead of time, and if not, I only told his opponent the wrong date, and I'm gonna have to apologize for that. But I thought it was tomorrow, and then I was like, "Wait, no, it's next week." Yeah, I don't think it's tomorrow, but it's coming, either this week or next week. All right, it's gonna be a good one too. Like I said, my only hint I'm giving you about it's out of it's a little out of Rob's lane, his normal lane, you know. But listen, guys, is Teriak streaming or what? Hold up, let me see. Oh shit, what are we at? 9.1? Yo, sub up. Everybody that's come over here, we're on the way to 10,000. We're already only 900 away. All right, we just hit 9,000. We're only 900 away from 10,000. All right, 10,000 is going to be a banger, okay? And we're going to have a huge marathon stream. I might launch something that I've been waiting to launch. I still need to do some more work on it, but if you guys sub up, you may force me to get there faster. All right. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. But sub up. Next week we got some good debates coming. I only have one scheduled up. Just because I might do what I did with you guys this week, where I surprise you on the day of who the debates are, or I might just schedule them this weekend. We'll see how I feel. We'll see how I feel. If I want to trick you guys or not. Without buying subs like Glenn. Yeah, for real though. Yeah, a lot of people do that shit. Listen, guys, if you guys start up a channel, there's going to be a thing they have, and it's called promote this video. All right. I don't suggest you do it because there's something fishy about that shit. How is it not fake if they ask you? Because I was curious, so I went and just checked on like how you set it up and everything. It asks you how many subs you want to get, and then bases the price off how many subs you want to get. How is that real? Those can't be real subs if they know how many you're gonna get. It doesn't even make sense. I was like, nah, so this shit don't make no. I don't believe that. I don't believe that's real. No fucking way. I just can't. It doesn't even make. It seems to me like they were like, oh, these people are all doing these like fake sub websites. We should just make our own version of it. Oh man. And also, just so everyone knows, I know it's been a little rough this past little bit with the scheduling, but next week we are getting full force back into scheduling, starting with a goofy of the day before every episode again and everything. Getting right back into it, okay? And this is a guarantee, all right? I promise. If I don't follow through, you should unsub from me, all right? That's what I'm going to tell you right now. All right, that's how confident I am with the following week coming. All right. But oh yeah, I forgot to check. Is Teriak streaming? Nobody told me. He didn't come for the after panel, so maybe he's not streaming. Oh wait, he's streaming here. Oh shit, he's fighting a big gorilla. He's fighting a big gorilla right now. He's scrapping a gorilla, guys. Oh, he just ran from the gorilla. Pussy. Shit, I don't know this game that he's playing. I think it's the one of the like Dungeons and Dragon, RuneScape, World of Warcraft. It's one of those. It's one of those. Oh, he's scrapping the monkeys again, though. Just so you know, he's got 3 of them now. He's fighting 3. Now he must have heard me call him a pussy for not fighting. Now he's fighting 3 of them. He ran from 1, but now he's fighting 3. All right, guys, listen. I'm gonna send you guys over to Terry X. When you guys get over there, all right, make sure you guys tell him that he is getting a bear raid. All right, drop a bunch of bear emojis in there for him. All right. And also let him know he's got the Crucible crew training over from Crucible stream as well. Let me make sure I have it set up. Didn't save it. Obviously, I'm dumb. Dumb. Dum dum. Why is he not showing up here? Ah, there he is. Too many people pop up there. I have to go through my list and unsubscribe from a bunch of channels that I clearly don't watch anymore. All right, guys. You guys should have fun. He's just gaming and chilling. I mean, if you don't want to stay, I understand. Gaming streams aren't for everyone. You know, it's why I've never really implemented it too much into my show. I think I've done it once on stream. We played some Fortnite. I got a crazy headshot that night, though, on stream, so it was recorded. It was based. But yeah, I get it. But at least give a sub, you know what I'm saying? Help let the tide rise all the ships, okay? And yeah, tell him that he's got the Bears coming through. And listen, remember, it could be 30 in the chat. It can be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. All right. I love you guys. God bless you all. Have a beautiful night. If it's not a Nora Prep debate, be ready for an open panel purge. Anyone from the Crucible crew who's never been around for an open panel purge, you can compare it to a TikTok invasion. It was definitely heavily inspired by that, except I stick on YouTube and I go to YouTube open panels. I used to do TikTok too, but it's just not fucking working for my PC. I have to find a version that will work. So for now, it's back to just YouTube and X. But yeah, come around for that. You guys will like it. I haven't done an open panel purge in a while, so there's some people's panels that need a speakeasy reckoning. You know what I'm saying? God bless you guys. Love you all. And for now.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?